Okay, any questions or stuff you've been working on? Or I was thinking maybe we do grammar.
Uh, right now, the main thing I have been doing, I think, is trying to read book. Yes.
Did you get books?
Yeah. I wasn't reading books for a while after I finished Fountainhead because I didn't have anything. So I've tried to get a bunch of Heinleins. Uh, I now have a lot of Heinleins.
Here, let me send you my Heinlein. I have tons.
Oh,
Invalid file type. Guess I'll zip it. I didn't want to take a folder.
hmm.
Oh, 8 meg limit, 20 meg zip. Alright, prepare for an iMessage. How have you been listening, like, or are you reading text? What app
Uh,
are you using?
okay. What am I doing right now? For most, okay, in general, I don't think I have something that I use in general right now. Okay, Fountainhead. What did I do for Fountainhead? For the first, like,
Audiobook?
yeah, I did audiobook. For the first, like, 3/4 of Fountainhead, I think I, like, used iTunes, and it was, like, really hard to, like, add books to that. But then I finally got an actual like audiobook player, uh, and it's
Oh,
easier to add audiobooks to
which
that.
one?
Uh, Speed Up Player, I think it's called.
Yeah, I use that one. The
Yeah,
UI is kind of confusing, but it works.
yeah. It took me a while to figure that out. Uh, okay.
Yeah, but then for Heinlein, I think most of his books don't have audiobooks, right? I don't think I have
Uh,
any.
there's a lot of audiobooks from what I can tell.
Okay,
Uh,
maybe I just didn't look. I don't know. Okay, so you're just reading audiobooks of Heinlein?
yeah.
Oh, I was just sending
Stranger
you
in a Strange
textbooks,
Land.
but I have a lot.
Stranger in a Strange Land had like three different narrations,
Oh yeah, that
three
one's
different
really
people.
popular, but don't read that one.
Oh,
It's long and it's really weird.
uh, okay,
I put guidance for which books to read. Read his early books.
yeah, okay,
Stranger is not in the early list, and it's not one of the other ones I mentioned as good. So it's risky.
okay. Really ones. Right now, I'm in the middle of Farmer in the Sky. I actually made like a
That one's
list.
good.
Where are you? Why is it green now? Anyway, yeah, I made a list.
It's a
This
YAML file. See, right
YAML.
there, it's telling you what file type it thinks it is. You can change it.
Huh.
You don't have a file extension to tell it, so it's auto-detecting. I think the hyphen things make it think YAML, because YAML uses those.
Huh. Yeah, I just put these on like every new entry, I guess. Uh, yeah. So I looked at like the what are they called? Okay, Wikipedia, Heinlein, bibliography. Looked at his early ones, and then I like looked at the summary on like Wikipedia, kind of like the first few paragraphs, and like started reading the one that seemed interesting. So yeah.
Yeah, you have to be careful with that because of spoilers.
Huh. Spoiler. That sounds like a problem. Right now with Farm in the Sky, Some of the things the main character does doesn't seem good. He seems kind of mean. I'm only like
Oh. By
a
the main
third in.
character, are you talking about the youth or one of the adults?
The youth. The
Okay. Yeah, what's he doing?
uh okay. He what is he?
I
I'm
only
not
remember
sure.
like the general outline of the book, not a lot of detail.
Yeah, I don't have good detail, and I haven't made notes about what he's doing. Uh, he like called someone in the beginning of the book a twerp. Uh, a lot. Uh, that's about what I can remember.
Well, do you
Some of the
remember like the
things
main
in
plot? Like,
yeah, they on Earth, very hungry, rations like food shortages, people maybe
yeah,
starving to death or whatever. Uh,
yeah. I
and
think they might not have been actually starving; they just weren't doing very well.
uh,
They were looking for a better life.
yeah, doesn't like his dad's new life. Uh, his mother died for some reason. Uh, very shaken up about that or something. Uh, and now Ganymede is supposed to be like a farm colony, I think.
Yeah, and it's hard there.
It's hard, huh? Yeah, I
Like the
just
farming is
got to
hard.
like the very first chapter, or I'm at like the chapter where they like just landed, kind of,
Oh,
on
okay. So
Ganymede.
they're not farming yet.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it did
it
mention
turns
how
out
there
it's
was a
not
bunch of
easy to
food.
do farming on a different planet.
Huh?
It's not like a high fantasy book where they're just like super magical and they can do whatever they want and everything's nice. And it's not like a super high tech sci fi where it's like perfectly terraformed and have amazing machines and whatever.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, Puppet Masters seems like it should be interesting because it seems like it should maybe be similar to Sixth Column.
It's not very similar to Sixth Column, but I would recommend it, yeah. And I would recommend Star Beast.
Star Beast. Okay.
It's about a pet alien dog, basically.
Huh.
I think that one's on my
I
recommendations on
can
the
look
article,
at
but I think you'll
break it.
like that one.
Yeah. Okay. Pet alien dog, basically.
Yeah. Puppet Masters is good too. Puppet Masters is one of the more famous ones. There might be a movie about it, I'm not positive.
Mm.
I know I'd heard something about it somewhere before I read it. He also wrote Starship Troopers. That one definitely has a movie.
Huh. Yeah, I haven't seen Starship Troopers.
Is there a
Uh,
movie?
yes.
None of these are the right one. Starship Troopers haven't seen it yet. Starship Troopers, the movie's pretty different than the book.
I heard that PewDiePie specifically in one of his videos mention that the movie was like directed by someone who thought Heinlein's book was like authoritarian, and then he kind of just parodied it. And
I missed some
like
of that. What book?
uh, the
Or
person who
movie?
directed the movie Starship Troopers
Oh.
didn't like the book because he thought it was like fascist or something.
Why the hell would you do an adaptation of the book and then pick a director who doesn't like it? Like, either use that director and get a different book, or get a different director who likes the book. What the hell? Anyway, there's a Puppet Masters movie. I don't think I've seen it. I should get this and take a look. It's from 1994. It's old. Like, Starship Troopers is like early 2000s or something, I think. Let's see, when's the movie for Troopers? Oh, 1997. It's older than I thought.
Yeah, with... Okay, I've been
Wait,
trying
there's
to
a
do...
Starship Troopers 2 and a 3?
There
Starship
is?
Troopers of what? Did not know.
That might be a 4th Starship Troopers and a 5th? Oh hey, I don't have a browser open in the middle monitor. Wow, so much more.
Okay, I need to make a note to look into the Starship Troopers movies. Okay, alright. Get Puppet Masters movie, get Starship Troopers 1 to 3. Alright, I'll take a look at those later. I saw Starship Troopers once, like, a long time ago when it was reasonably new. Now, I've read the book twice, and I like Heinlein.
How do you say his name? Do you know if your way is correct?
Oh, I have no idea, I just made it up. I'm sure you can look that up. He's a well-known major author. I read that the big three of sci-fi for a long time were Heinlein, Clarke, and Asimov.
Okay, this one says Heinlein.
And yeah, I read one of Asimov's books, and it was awful.
Oh no.
And Clarke is on my list of authors to try next. I'm currently trying Baxter, who is okay, sci-fi author.
Baxter is okay.
Yeah, and then I was gonna try Clarke. See if he was good.
What?
Alan read one Clarke book and thought it was good. It's Arthur C. Clarke.
How do you spell Asimov? Asimov?
Oh, Asimov, like this. Yeah, this guy. People talk about this guy all the time, and they talk about specifically the Foundations series. So I read Foundations book 1, and it's ridiculously awful. That was my opinion. I read this little blog post on. I'll put it in tutoring.
Asimov Foundations review.
You could read my review and see if my review makes sense to you. It's not a very try-hard review because the book was, I didn't care, but like half of it is a chat log.
How am I not finding it? Okay, I tried to do site curi.us Asimov, and I don't think I can find...
Maybe you typoed it? But you can do curi.us/1952, or you can use the link from Discord.
Okay.
But you only have to type in up to the number on my site. The words in the title are optional. It'll still work.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Yeah,
really
I put
good.
some thought into this when I made my blog. I didn't come up with this. I read an article somewhere that suggested this. But you put the number first, and then you put the name. So you have both. And then you can change the name. That's the point, is I can retitle my posts, and the link doesn't change. That was why I did it, not so it would be a short type-in.
Alright, I think I might... Okay, if I add a bunch of numbers... Alright.
It's quite common to see news articles, and you read the title, and then you look at the URL, and the URL has an old title. Because they just never... They don't want to change the link and break the old link, so they just leave it alone, and they update the title, and the link stays the same. And it's an ongoing issue. And there's some that just have only a number, and that's a bit lame. So I think the number plus the rest is optional works really well.
Yeah, so... Okay, it seems like...
Although you can troll and be like, Hitler is God, and then like share this link. And be like, look, it's a link, it loads on Curi's site.
Yeah. I just tried like adding a hyphen and like spamming keyboard numbers to like the 1952, and then it just works. So that's really cool.
Yeah, if you just have the number and then a non-number, it'll probably be good. Like, nope, maybe you need a number and then a hyphen. But I could have it work like this. I just didn't. I guess I checked for the hyphen.
Is
Or
there a
nothing.
way to search comment? I guess if I just look at open discussion and click a comment, it might show a link for that comment or something.
What do you...
Is there
You're
like a way
looking...
to URL specifically for comment? Like,
Like a specific comment?
yeah.
Yeah, you just click on the... See this? The time. Or the number. Both the time and the number are the link to the comment. You see, and then it
Okay.
turns black, and then I click on this one and it's black. I click on this one, it's black and highlighted, and you can see the numbers in the URL up here. Make
Yeah.
sense?
Yes. I was wondering if there's a way to have comment like just after the domain name, or if you need to like have the URL then the
Oh,
comment.
there is a way, but there's no link to it. But what you do is it's curi.us/comment/show/number,
Huh.
and it will redirect you to the comment. But if you need to type it in, yeah, curi.us/comment/show/number, and that'll get you to the right place if you know a comment ID number. And that'll work if you don't know what blog post it's on, because like these ones, if I change this number to a different comment that's in the same thread, it'll work. But if I change it to a comment that's in a different thread, it's not going to load. It only loads things on this page, and then it highlights the comment if it's on the page.
I tried curi.us/comment/show/5124, and I also tried #5124, and both of them didn't work. Did I
Are you
misspell or
sure?
something?
It's comments plural.
Oh, comments. Ooh. Oh yeah, that works.
Okay, yeah. I don't think that's very useful, but it does work. Yeah, as long as that comment number exists, it'll work. And it's not like blocked like there, because I get like occasional spam comments which I mark as spam and then they don't show up. So if you put in the number for a spam comment, for example, you'll probably just end up on the home page.
Oh.
That's my guess. It'll just redirect you to the home.
I'm pretty sure I once tried to find a comment that I couldn't find existing, and it like didn't show up when I tried to change the URL or something. All right, I'll see you can have some fun with like the show most recent 30 comments, and you can customize it to anything, including like 9 quadrillion.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you can do with the... You can set a start number as well. So you can do like one comment and start equals 50. And then we're showing one single comment. Maybe I'm supposed to put start equals the number. I don't know if I'm supposed to put the how many comments to go down or the number of the comment. I think it's the number of the comment. I think it just showed the... Oh. Yeah, you put the comment number. So you can do comments equal 1 and start equals 16,000. And then here we go. And that way you can link to a single comment if you want to for some reason.
Okay.
Anyway, read my review.
Asimov Foundations. Okay. So first foundation book today. Parochial. Periarchial. Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
Parochial. Look it up.
Parochial. Okay, there's a Wikipedia entry. So that might have something to do. Church parish? What is it? Parish?
Yeah, this one's easier.
Wait, did I pause the stream? Yes. Forwards. Okay. Who's it? Okay, third one on Merriam-Webster is like confined or restricted as within the borders of a parish. And then I'm like, what's a parish? Oh, it also says like limited in range or scope. Okay,
A
so
parish is just a church district or something. Small administrative district. I mean, I'm not very familiar with church stuff, but yeah, like some little bit of a church.
okay, so something like small, you not necessarily, or it doesn't say whether it's good or bad. It's just saying like it's kind of focused.
Yeah, it's kind of like small and detailed rather than universal. Like it often is used for cultural specific stuff. Like if you only are familiar with your culture, that's parochial. Like if you only eat with chopsticks and you've never seen a fork before, that would be a parochial attitude. Whereas if you know about different utensils, that would be non-parochial. You've seen the wider world.
Okay. Okay, so like kind of more like
Only knowing
limited.
about like one perspective is how it's used sometimes.
Okay. Uh, okay, so the Avon Foundations is
So
like,
parochial, as you can maybe imagine, is a bad thing for a sci-fi book. Right? Sci-fi books are supposed to like be imaginative and look at the world in a new way or something.
I'm not sure how sci-fi books are supposed to be. I don't know much about books.
Oh, okay. So they're meant to use science in some way, so some sort of realism or exploring like the boundaries of the universe. And they often deal with the future or with like different scenarios that you don't encounter in your life. And they're like, what if the laws of physics were different? Or what if we had a new technology? And you imagine these scenarios and think
Yeah.
about different worlds.
So there was the one Heinlein short story with like the nuclear power that was super dangerous and like might destroy the world if it exploded, or like a good
Yeah.
portion of California or something. It's like, what are the challenges with that, and like how could we deal with it? And then it was like they had a bunch of psychiatristy people,
Yeah.
uh, and that like they were
I
kind of
remember that story. I
necessary.
forgot the name of it.
Uh, there's JPEG I have.
But they wanted
No.
to move the reactors into space. Was that it? They're interested
Yeah,
in getting them off the planet for safety. Then people
yeah,
were like having breakdowns, mental
yeah,
health breakdowns from all the stress of trying not to kill everyone.
yeah. And then there's something where like they created, they figured out how to like create really concentrated fuel using the nuclear reactor. Uh, then they couldn't like just put the nuclear reactor into space, then like get the energy directly from it. But they figured out you could like put it into space, then like just extract the really concentrated fuel from it, then burn the really concentrated fuel back on Earth. And the really concentrated
Right,
fuel is
because you're not
safe.
going to run a power line from space back to Earth, but you can transport the fuel back. Yeah, so that's a good example of sci-fi. They're looking at a technology. I don't know how well developed nuclear was at the time that he wrote that,
Yeah.
and is considering like what it might be like in exploring the scenario of what people might do, and that's interesting. And a lot of his books are about space exploration. Like, what if we go to Mars? What if we go to Venus? What if we go to Ganymede?
Okay. It was called Blow Ups Happen.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So that was a pretty fun one. That was like kind of thinking like, this is a problem. You like need the people to make sure everyone's like being safe because like uh
Yeah.
extremely fucking dangerous thing.
Did you find a short story collection, or was it in a collection with The Man Who Sold the Moon, or what?
It was in the collection with The Man Who Sold the Moon.
Oh, okay. So you read that whole collection with the unrelated ones?
Yeah, so it included Lifeline, the one
Yeah.
where
So it had Requiem, right? That's the sequel to The Man Who Sold the Moon.
uh I don't know if it had Requiem. I'm pretty sure it did because Requiem sounds very familiar. What was it?
Requiem is the one where he never got to go to the moon, and he goes and
Oh yeah.
hires people to get him to the moon.
Oh yeah. Then I do remember that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounded like kind of a sad story that he
Yeah.
wasn't able to get to the moon. Or well he did, but like
Yeah.
not when he
I know.
wanted to.
Yes, he was
Yep.
very successful, but they kept making other people go in the flights. He was too important and stuff.
Yeah. It seems kind of like uh okay. I read Fountainhead and I listened to a few Ayn Rand things. How can I relate this? Uh,
Yeah.
Creator, very
I thought that
selfish. He just wants to go to the moon. That's his entire goal. He doesn't even care about the money. He just wants to go to the moon.
I think he liked the money and stuff too, but yeah, he wanted to do stuff. But yeah, The Man Who Sold the Moon was the one that reminded me the most of Ayn Rand out of all of Heinlein's books.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think overall it's probably my favorite because of that.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right. He has romance fun. Okay.
The sixth column was the one where the Earth was conquered in some way. Was it just like the Russians or something conquered it and they were trying to take it
The
back?
Japanese.
Oh, it's the Japanese?
Yeah.
Okay.
They the Japanese conquered like America kind of, and
Yeah.
then
So they
they
founded a
started,
religion.
yeah, because there was something talking about like if you let the people you're enslaving have their religion, they'll be like more content, which seemed to make sense. It had like an explanation, and the explanation made sense. Like if you let them do like their normal cultural things, they'd be like more content and like less rebellious.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. So
they're
they
also
found a
from a
way to
different
hide
culture.
in plain sight, kind of.
Yeah. And they're from a different culture, so they can't really tell what makes sense and what doesn't. Like everything American seems like weird as fuck, so you can't tell when it's like a fake religion.
Yeah, they're like, this doesn't seem any dumber than Scientology. Seems real. Okay, Asimov.
As a mob, right? Parochial and Parochial. Uh,
Parochial.
Parochial. Parochial. Okay, and that's as bad because sci-fi is supposed to have a wide view, kind of, and like imagine like what are the challenges with going to the moon? What are the things that we'd have to do to go to the moon? Like maybe use a catapult, or maybe we're efficient enough we don't need to use catapults anymore, or something like that. And you want to have like kind of wide view, like think of a technology and how those technologies like interact with the world, like what it means, like what are the problems and what can it solve, kinda. Yeah.
Okay, so there's kind of three types of sci-fi. Number one is called hard sci-fi, and this means that the author thinks a lot about science. Some of them like deal with a lot of scientific depth or details or theories. Sometimes they even have math or try to explain scientific concepts. Sometimes real ones, sometimes made up ones.
Okay. Hard sci-fi.
Heinlein does not write hard sci-fi.
Okay.
So yeah, hard means very sciencey. And then
Okay.
Heinlein writes regular sci-fi. It's perfectly good, and it, explores the cosmos and blah blah blah. And then the third type, which I don't know if you should really call it sci-fi. It's like fake sci-fi, where it's they use the sci-fi setting. They're like other planets, but it's not. They don't really think in a sci-fi way. It's like a regular plot or a different genre plot, just transported into space or something.
Okay. I feel like that might be a lot of sci-fi. Maybe a
It
lot of the
is.
TV sci-fi.
Yeah, so
I don't even know
a
if I've
great example is Star Wars. Star Wars, you could replace the planets with different cities and like just have a normal fantasy plot where they have sword fights. Like
the
it doesn't really
fighters.
have anything to do with space or technology.
Yeah. In like all the Star Wars battles, I watched a few videos about Star Wars, and like all the battleships, like, or all the spaceships, like point in the same direction as if they're like sailing on the ocean or something. Like they all are like, uh,
Oh,
they
right.
don't like go
Yeah, like
upside
naval
down or like
ships.
turn around. They would just like act like
Right, they're
naval
all
ships.
face up in space. Yeah, right. So the people who made the stuff did not think very much about what space was like. And instead, they decided to have knights with magic powers fighting with swords.
Yeah. And
And then if
the
you're really powerful, you get to shoot lightning. And it's like, what does this have to do with science or space?
Yeah. Also, the fighters work like they're in atmosphere and use like atmospheric like kind of principles
Oh yeah, that
instead of
that makes
just like
sense. Yeah.
having
Like I
the
haven't
kind
seen
of
it
inertia.
forever. But yeah, they don't seem to have inertia. They can just like turn around super fast, which is not how you
Yeah.
fly in space. I've played games where you actually like you're going one way and then you can turn your guy and you're facing the opposite of the direction you're going, and then you start accelerating and then you just slow down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the
You
okay,
start going to
the
the right,
Expanse
and then you
TV show.
turn left, and then you blast off, and you just go to the right slower, and then eventually you hit zero, and then eventually you start going left.
Essentially. Yeah. Okay. There's a TV show, The Expanse. It seems
Yeah,
not fake sci-fi. It seems more uh first sci-fi. I'm not sure if it may be hard sci-fi. I don't know how
no,
hard the
it's not
cutoff
hard
for hard
sci-fi.
sci-fi is.
They're not very serious about the science. They're just like, there's this magic molecule that turns things into monsters.
Yeah, that is not very sciencey.
I've read the books. I would totally call it the middle type. Like, I don't think it's trash sci-fi. It's okay. It has some flaws, but it's decent overall.
I watched the TV show and I liked it. It has uh,
My
some
impression of the TV
space
show
stuff.
was really quite confusing, and I thought that if people only watched the TV show and hadn't read the books, they would have a hard time understanding what was going on.
Huh. Are books good? Should I read them?
The books are pretty good. I don't think they're better than Heinlein. And they're longer than Heinlein. They're like regular sci-fi book length, whereas you can read Heinlein's that are short. Like Farmer in the Sky is maybe half as long as an Expanse book.
Huh. So I should like prefer the Heinleins for now.
Yeah, I think you
Uh,
could keep going with some Heinlein.
that's-
Although if you liked the TV show a lot, you could read The Expanse. Um, there's like 10 of them or something. Like there's more of them than the TV show seasons.
the TV show approximately ended when Inter.
Did it end?
Uh, no, it didn't ended. The most recent one, I think, approximately stopped like after
Oh, it's probably just
bringing
delayed for
its
COVID.
okay most recent season. Uh, protomolecule, giant highway system, a bunch of habitable planets. That's about when it ended, and then when it stopped.
I just want to see when the seasons came out. Okay, so end of 2015, then about a year later, then about a year later, then a year and a bit. That's still before COVID. And then actually it's not even late if they have another one soon. It's probably delayed for COVID though. But they're just taking a bit over a year. This one's like a year and a half.
Okay, the most recent season, they went through portals that go to different habitable planets, and
there's 8 of them, plus some short stories and novellas.
So did they go deeper into the planets, or was that a different war? Okay, I think the books and the TV show are probably about in line with each other, like close enough.
Yep.
Like most.
I don't know if they're doing one book per season. I remember that like season 2 had some stuff from season 3 or from book 1 or book 3 or something. Like it wasn't perfectly lined up. I haven't read the books for a long time, so it's harder for me to tell now.
Okay.
I mean, I read one of them in 2019, I guess, because that's when it came out. But I read all the other ones. I read...
Audio, 20 hours for the books. For the first one.
Yeah, see, they're longer than Heinlein.
Yeah. Right now, Farmer in the Sky is like 7 hours, so that's about like 3 of the first Expanse books. Or, right? No,
right, yeah. 3 of those equal 1 Expanse book, yeah. I can't remember now if I read the first book or saw the TV show first. I think maybe I saw the first 1 or 2 episodes of the TV show, and then I read all of the books that were out. I might have read like everything at the end of 2015. Plus whatever came out later I read when it came out, pretty much. Yeah, so it's not amazing, but it's pretty solid and decent. Unlike Asimov.
Okay. Only got to the second line so far of Asimov. Everything has been like kind of tangents. I think that's fine though. Okay. Expanse seem interesting. Probably or books.
Oh, if you like to watch sci-fi, I liked the TV show Dark Matter. It went like 3 seasons and then ended, which was a little lame. But
I don't know if I finished all of it. I feel like I did. I might have missed a few of the last episodes.
Oh, okay, so you saw some of this?
Yeah.
Have you seen Firefly?
Yes.
Dollhouse?
No.
Dollhouse is 2 seasons. That one's worth a try. Also, Firefly has a movie in addition to the TV show.
The movie as well.
Okay.
Okay, just searching Dollhouse with nothing else does not help find the sci-fi.
It's Joss Whedon. It's the same guy who made Firefly.
Whedon. Okay, Dollhouse sci-fi, Joss Whedon, TV series.
Yeah, I thought this one was pretty good. It's definitely more on the like adventure story end of things rather than like actually caring about science, but it's all right.
Okay, Dark Matter. Wait. Okay, one thing about Dark Matter, it had like tachyons, which are supposed to be like theoretical something particles always go faster than photons. They're always faster than the speed of light or something. That doesn't.
I forgot. I think the science in that show was bullshit. They didn't care about science. It was just a sci-fi adventure. But it was
Yeah.
like I think the fact that they were in space and did spacey things actually affected it some. It wasn't like completely ignoring the setting. It was okay.
Okay, so it's like
There's kind of a
more.
spectrum of how much they actually pay attention to space and make space matter at all versus like kind of ignoring it.
No. Okay, so with the dark matter, the space mattered more. Like I think there was a lot of travel time elements. I think that was like a thing, and there's like a really fucking big deal when like the spoilers. There's like a blink drive which went anywhere instantly. So like travel time due to space really fucking matters.
Yeah, they had the blank drive. They had they lost their memories at the beginning. There were some like interesting like futuristic things about it.
Okay, so there's like kind of not really sci-fi, which is just like, oh look, there's a bunch of technology and maybe it's in space. Like there's lasers, there's like maybe graviton bombs, whatever that could be. Really cool things that do strange things. And also maybe they're in space. And then there's like more like, okay, they're in space. Here are the problems with being in space. You have to travel light years between stars. So even if you go faster than light, that's still going to take a while. And then there's like
Yeah,
hard
stuff that deals
sci-fi.
with like distant galaxies and long distance travel is a good type of sci-fi. Like that's actually something that's different than being on Earth. Anyways, there's fake stuff in other genres too. Um, I think a really good example is Harry Potter, which is fake fantasy.
I don't really know what fantasy is.
Have you
Uh,
read Harry Potter?
no. I've read Elantris. I think that's the closest.
Okay, yeah, Elantris is real fantasy. Um, so Harry Potter, first of all, it's very easy reading. You can read it pretty quickly. Um,
Okay. Easy.
and it's pretty decent. So it's a good series to read.
Yeah, you
It's on the
mentioned
easier side.
part of the reason. Right. Okay, there's like two things you said. I think one of the reasons is like Rowling, good author, made things easy to read, and also it has like similarities to like what people actually go through in school or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. So what it's actually about is like kids going to school and like having relationships and dealing with bullies and teachers. And there's some adventure stuff, but the author is not really familiar with fantasy and doesn't really care about fantasy, and same with most of her readers. And it's very mainstream. Like most of the people who read it are not Lord of the Rings readers or Game of Thrones readers, which are real fantasy with like knights and swords and dragons and whatever.
Okay, so like things like Lord of the Rings, like Dungeons and Dragons,
Yeah.
and other things like that are like more hard fan or I don't know. They're fantasy and they're like the stuff nerds would stereotypically like be interested in, kind of.
Yeah, so like the genre developed, it has certain things that are normal or standard or expected. And there's a lot of authors who write things in the genre. And you can see how these books are similar to other books in the same genre. Like they have certain themes in common. Like a lot of them have some relationship to Dungeons and Dragons or Lord of the Rings. You can see some overlap. And then you read Harry Potter and you're like, I don't know if she ever read Lord of the Rings. I don't think she played D&D. I don't think she cares about those things. I don't think she researched them. I think she just was like, if I'm a normal person, but then I hear things like witches and wizards and wands, what would that be like? And then she just made it up, like in ways that just seem socially normal to her instead of ways that have anything to do with the other books that exist.
Okay, so she did like kind of normal, like already people can kind of follow along with wizardy witch stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's just kind of tacked on and does whatever she wants it to do at the moment to fit the plot. And no one seems to care. Like, I think part of it is I think she sees magic as being inherently magical. Like superstition like doesn't make sense. Like it's just sort of arbitrary and random. Like,
Hmm.
it's magic, it can do anything. Whatever you want, magic can do it. Your will is my command, kind of thing, like a
Uh,
genie.
Elantris was pretty cool with that. They like had to
Yeah,
figure
so,
out magic, I think, and it was like
yes.
kind of a science.
Yes, Brandon Sanderson is the opposite end of the spectrum. He makes magic systems. He makes a wide variety of interesting magic systems that make sense in some way and have rules to them, and they're not all powerful. You're limited and you have to do certain things, and it's kind of like a science. And that's what he always does, and is way better and way more interesting. And regular fantasy is sort of in the middle. Like, it's it's a little bit arbitrary, but there's some like normal standards for what wizards can do. And you can tell if you've read a bunch of fantasy books or watched a bunch of TV shows or whatever. You can sort of tell, like, is this a normal thing a wizard should be able to do, or is this just like a Mary Sue? My main character is all powerful and can do whatever he wants, so that he wins. Like, you can kind of tell the difference. But Rowling does not care about that at all. And so people have figured out over time, like, what kind of spells work well, what kind of spells make sense and are understandable and make good stories and make the worlds make sense and so on. And Rowling ignored all of that.
Okay, and then World of Warcraft also is kind of similar to like Lord of the Rings and Dungeons and Dragons, I think,
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
turned
Totally
into
in
a
the
video
genre. Yeah, World of Warcraft is just straight standard fantasy.
game. Okay, and so World of Warcraft presumably is like maybe kind of middle fantasy, and then Elantris is like more harder or something, like there's rules, and then
Oh,
Harry
that's
Potter
not
is
much of a
like,
distinction, but yeah. Harry Potter, it's an okay book, it's not really a fantasy book. It's different than the real genre.
okay, I was trying to use like the sci-fi thing, like
Yeah.
sci-fi versions with
Yeah, I
fantasy.
don't use the same thing for fantasy. Like, because there's sciencey sci-fi, but there isn't like fantasy. The normal distinction in fantasy is high fantasy and low fantasy, which is basically how powerful is the magic.
Huh?
Like, do you have super powerful magic or medium or low? Like, are there wizards all over the place doing giant things, or is magic kind of like rare and special?
Mm, okay, I'm trying to think of which one Elantris is. I don't feel like everything is like magic everywhere in Elantris. I mean, in the entire book
Yeah, so
world of Elantris.
Elantris is confusing because they're sort of blocked from magic for most of the book. So it reads as like medium low magic for most of the book. Like, they have some magic. I wouldn't call it low magic. Like, they have the aeons that let them talk across
Yeah.
continents and whatever. There's like some magic, but medium low I think is fair. But then at the end it goes up to high magic when they actually get their powers working.
Yeah, also, I guess, okay, Elantris, they sent a priest from another place who needed to like convert the entire place in like 6 months, or else they're just gonna like raid it and just like destroy the entire continent or something. Uh, and back where he came from, I think magic might have been a bit more common. I remember there was like stories of like being
It's not
able
that it was
to.
common, it's that he came from the monastery, and the monastery is where they do the magic.
Uh,
Right? So
okay,
like the monastery is where the magic people are training and stuff. But there's only a few monasteries in the country, so most of the people in the country don't have magic.
right. Don't have
Yeah, Elantris is not as high magic as it gets, even at the end, by the way. Like, there's stories where the gods walk the earth and more
Okay.
powerful things happen.
The end of Elantris, there's a lot of magic, and it was like kind of low quality magic because a bunch of people just learned how to magic. Uh, but there's like still a lot of it, I think. A lot of people are using magic stuff.
Yeah. So it goes up towards the high end, but it can get higher.
Huh. Okay. Gods walk the earth level.
Yeah, there's a Dungeons and Dragons novels. What's it called? Time of Troubles. I think I read this a long time ago. The Time of Troubles, I believe, is the name of a time period when the gods were fighting each other on the earth. The Time of Troubles was a cataclysmic period during which the gods of Faerun were forced to walk the earth in their mortal avatar forms. The gods were demoted, and it was the only form they had, so they were vulnerable to getting killed, and several major deities died, and a handful of mortals became gods.
Huh.
So that was a fucking high magic series, I believe. Like, I haven't read it for a long time, but I believe that was super high magic.
Yeah. So I guess if you can like afford to have like wizardy people on the front lines of battle, it's like probably a higher magic thing.
Yes. Yeah. It's also about how much wealth and magic items there are. Like, if you go on an adventure and you get 1,000,000 gold coins and 5 magic wands, then that's high magic. Whereas if you get like 100 gold pieces and 1 extra sharp dagger, that's like low magic.
Mhm. It's like at the very beginning of the launches, kind of, I guess was like really low magic. Like you could kind of make your finger glow or something, and like maybe draw some small amount of light in the air. Like pretty low. Can't really do anything. Okay, Asimov.
Yeah. So
Okay.
like these are decent fantasy books. These are maybe equally difficult to read as The Expanse, like regular difficulty.
Difficult to read. Okay, so like normal difficulty to read, uh, and they're fine books.
Yep. There's a bunch of books that have a Dungeons and Dragons brand. There's quite a few by different authors.
Okay, I forget how many uh, Expanse books there were, but I think it was about like 20-hour audio for each of them. I think it was maybe like at least 6 Expanse
Yeah.
books.
I
So
think
that's
these
like
are shorter than
120.
that, but I'm not pot. I'm pretty
The
sure these are
Expanse,
shorter.
okay, if you're to listen to all of the Expanse audiobooks at regular speed, that'd be like 120 hours worth of content. That seems like a lot to be able to follow along to and like remember what's happening.
Expanse number 9 is coming out next year. So there's 8 of them, so that's
8
160
times
hours.
2.
And then on top of that, there are some novellas and short stories.
Okay, that sounds like a lot to remember. It seems hard to remember everything about long series, or like at least a lot of
Yeah. So
things.
I just reread Stormlight Archive number 3. It was my third reading because number 4 is coming out in November.
Hmm.
And whereas with Expanse, I just don't do any rereading and I forget a lot of the details and I don't care that much.
Hmm. No big
Yeah,
deal.
with most books, most people just forget a decent amount of the details, and the books are usually written to have a few minor reminders of old stuff so that people who forget things can still read it. Because, most people are like, oh yeah, I liked that book when it came out 2 years ago. I guess I'll read the next one. They want to be able to sell books to those people and let them have a good time.
Hmm. So I
So
guess I feel like
only a
uh
minority of people do any rereading, like the hardcore fans who really liked it.
hmm, like, okay. Hmm. Being able to remember what book books say in a series seems like a thing that can be learned. Yes.
Yes, you get better at it. If you read a lot of books, you can get used to it, especially if you try to think through what happened. Like, you could take notes while you read, or when you get to the end of a book, you could write, what can I remember about the outline of the plot, and try to write it down afterwards. So you can do some explicit practice. By the way, another one you should put on your list, get the Alcatraz books by Brandon Sanderson. Those are extra short. There's like 5 of them, but each one is short. And they are comedies, fantasy comedies. And I think those would be good for you to try. I think you'll have fun with them. They're like extra fun.
Yeah, I remember you recommending them, and they were like the easier ones to read or something. Maybe they're juveniles. And
yes, they are. Yeah, he has some other juveniles, by the way. One of them is the Arithmetist. The Arithmetist has chalk magic. You have to draw things in chalk to do magic. The Alcatraz books, the first one is Alcatraz and the Evil Librarians, and they have library magic. There's magic with, they have special glasses, and that's how they do a lot of their magic.
Special glasses. Mm-hmm.
You can put different lenses in your glasses, and then that's how you do your magic, kind of.
That's it.
So, different magic systems for each one.
It's the same, like, story with the same character, kind of, or same character, like same world for each of the Alcatraz ones.
Yeah, it's all one plot. Like, there's no time skips. It's the same characters continuing their adventure in the next book.
Okay. Wait, so do they fight different people who have different magic in the next Alcatraz book?
No, it's always the librarians.
Okay. And then in the Arithmetist...
Arithmetist is unrelated, different world.
Okay, so he makes
But
like
you can write it down.
magic
Right?
systems. He makes different magic systems for each like series.
Yes, he makes up a different one every time in general. Like in Mistborn, the magic comes from eating metal, and then you burn the metal in your stomach to do magic. And there's different metals. There's like 8 different metals with different powers that they know about, and then they find out about a few other ones.
Sounds
but
like
anyways, there's a limited number of metals.
Sounds like there could potentially be metals which could really kill you or damage you, but are also extra powerful. Is that a correct prediction?
Not exactly.
Oh.
So yeah,
I was thinking,
Arithmetist is a juvenile. Mistborn, I really like Mistborn. It's a lot of fun, but it's a regular, not a.
Okay.
That's about as hard to read as Elantris,
To
and a similar length, except that there's 3 of them. That it's a trilogy for the original books. The first one reads pretty well on its own.
There's something about Mistborn that I saw that made it seem interesting, but I forget what it was. Something like main character thief or being in prison or something like
Yeah,
that.
so it's a little bit of a heist thing. Sanderson actually talked about this, where people are like, Mistborn would make a great anime or a TV show. And he's like, I always thought it was a movie like Ocean's 11.
Yeah, so that
So yeah,
sounded
there's an underground thieves guild kind of thing.
Thieves Guild to do a heist.
Yeah, it's great. It's just it's regular difficulty. So, and it's reasonably long books. Maybe a little bit shorter than the Expanse, or maybe the same. I don't know. Yeah, and then after that, there's Stormlight Archive. That's his super epic, extra long book, harder series.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's only a little. It's not really harder exactly. It's just longer. But other than longer, it's about the same reading level.
There's also something like Wheel of Time, which had like 8 authors in it or something. I forget. Maybe it was only.
No, it only had 2 authors. It was just 2. What was it? Robert Jordan died, and Brandon Sanderson wrote the last 3 books.
There's something about it being a long series, I think.
Yes, it's quite long, and it's not as good as
Not as good.
Sanderson's stuff, so there's better things to read. So until you read like a million books and you start getting lower on things, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you actually read a ton of other things, then it's decent and readable.
Yeah. You talk a lot about like having really high standards for books because you've like read a lot of them, I think, and
Yeah.
you like something. I don't know. Uh, yeah.
Wheel
Find
of
a
Time's
lot of
fine.
things.
There's nothing really wrong with it except it's a bit overly long and the plot is not focused enough. So it expands and has too many characters and too big a world, and the author he had trouble bringing it together to a conclusion.
Huh.
And so Sanderson wrote 3 full books, and it seemed like a sort of a rushed ending. Like he was just like, okay, and everyone comes together for the final battle, except over the course of 3 long books. But that's what it took to just bring everything together and wrap all the plot threads up, because he had so many different things going on. So that was the biggest flaw with the book, is it's just a mess.
Okay, so big projects mean a lot of mistakes or something.
Yeah, so Sanderson learned from that. Sanderson said that he grew up, he read Lord of the Rings and he read Wheel of Time, because it started a long time ago, so Sanderson could read it when he was like a teenager or something,
Hmm.
the beginning of it. And he wanted to do better. He's like, okay, how do I improve on this? And one of the things he came up with, which you can see very clearly in Stormlight Archive, is he makes it more focused and limits the number of characters and the number of plot lines going on at once in Stormlight. So he's writing 10 very long books, huge series. Um, Number 4 out of 10 is going to come out soon,
1 out of 10.
and they're all like more than 1,000 pages. But
Well,
but he keeps it focused without too many different perspectives going on at once. And he'll have interludes, and like you'll get sort of scattered perspectives from around the world, but he keeps those short. And he spends most of the pages on the main characters. And so it feels like there's a big world and a fair amount of stuff going on, but you're not like bouncing all over the place. In Wheel of Time, sometimes you read a character and then they're like a main character, and then you have to read like 5 chapters of other stuff before you get more of their story. Like there's too many different
huh.
characters, and they're all taking turns to get airtime or screen time or whatever. So like you get sort of out of the flow, because you read like 1 chapter and then you like wait a long time, and then eventually you get one more chapter with them and then you wait a long time, and it repeats. So Sanderson, he puts some interludes at specific intentional breakpoints, and he keeps the number of characters down. And even when there are a bunch of perspectives, it's often multiple characters in the same place. Like he rarely has much going on at more than 2 places at
I
once.
think like okay, Fountainhead. Uh, it had like 4 main, or not main characters. It had 4 parts named after characters, like Keating,
Yeah,
then Tui, Wynand, Howard Roark. Uh, I think Howard Roark was the biggest constant over all of them. Uh,
yeah. Roark is the main character for sure.
yeah, Peter Keating. Yeah, part 1, Peter Keating shared a lot of time with Howard Roark, I think.
Yeah, and then
Then,
he fades off a little bit. And then part 2, you got Dominique takes gets a fair amount of attention.
yeah,
Part 2 begins when he goes to the quarry, I believe. So then he meets Dominique there.
okay. Then I forget how the beginning of part 3 happened. Part 4.
Well, part 3 I assume is where Wynan gets introduced. Like he's barely a character until his part.
Alright, I guess he was barely a character until his part. Yeah, part 3 was Wynand, and it opened with him, like, kind of maybe committing suicide. Like,
Yes.
unsure about it, like, not caring.
Yep.
Okay, so, yeah, that shared Or Peter Keating had some shared time with like Howard Roark, and I still found it like noticeable that like a chapter would be like kind of more focused on Peter Keating, then another one might be like a bit more focused on Howard Roark. And I noticed that from like just in between two chapters. So like completely missing a main character for like 5 chapters seems pretty hard. Or
Yeah, so that
like,
was a problem. So Brandon figured out how to fix it, and he's writing a super epic fantasy that doesn't have that problem. So he's doing a good job. I like it. So, you want to know some of his other magic systems in brief?
sure, yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
on Launchus, you write things with magic finger, and then it channels a magic system, which I forgot the name of. Maybe it was Aeons. I think that might have just been the magical floaty people.
Yeah.
Uh,
So Mistborn is the metal eating, and then it's not just how you do the magic, it's like what powers do you have. Mistborn has like a specific set of powers that are nothing like all powerful. Like you can only do some specific things. There's like there's a metal that makes you strong and tough. There's a metal that makes you have really good heightened senses, like you can see and hear really well.
hmm,
There's a medal for calming emotions, and there's one for increasing emotions. There's one for detecting people using metal, and there's one for hiding people using metal, and there's one for pushing metal, and there's one for pulling metal. And those are maybe the most interesting and important because you can go flying around by pushing and pulling on metal.
hmm.
Including, they'll go around. So a lot of people only have one of the powers, but then the people called Mistborn have all the powers. And so they can go fly around using the push and the pull, and they
Oh,
bring coins with them. So you like drop a coin on the ground and then push off it, and then drop another coin and push off it, and you can
hmm.
just go fly around.
So they get to be like the Avatar.
Yeah, master of all the elements.
Yeah. Wait, so you just
Yeah,
put a coin on the ground and then you like lift off with it?
yeah, but you can only push or pull directly. So like if you're directly above the coin and you push on it, you'll go straight up. So if you put it a little bit behind you, then you can get a forward angled upwards push.
Hmm.
So they can't just fly in any direction. Like they need actual surfaces. Like they have to be close enough to the ground that they can put some metal on it. And if you fight other people, they'll pull your coin purse away and you'll lose your metal.
Oh wait, so you need to push on it and then equal opposite reaction, it pushes into the ground and you get pushed into the
Yes,
air?
yes, yes. Right. So it uses actual physics. Like you can't just have a coin that's in the middle of the air and you push on it. Um,
Huh.
yeah. So it's the pushing is weight based. Like if you had a super heavy metal block, it doesn't. You could if there's a heavy metal block on the ground, you could push off that and you would just move away from it, and it would barely move because you're not that heavy.
Huh.
But if you use your strength metal and you dig your feet into the ground and then you push on it, then you might be able to budge it more because you're stuck to the ground harder. But then
Can
if
you
there's a
use
lightweight metal thing and you push on it horizontally on the ground, it'll just move. If it's lighter than you, then you won't get pushed very much.
can you use coins as like bullets and then you have like
Yes.
recoil like you were shooting a gun? Cool.
Yes. Yeah, the recoil's not very much because you weigh a lot more than a coin. So that I don't think recoil really came up much. But yeah, they can shoot coins. And then so the people who can pull on metal, you can get a really thick wooden shield, and then you can pull all the coins someone's shooting into your shield to protect people.
Hmm. Wooden shield. Oh, yeah, it has to be like made of not metal, so they
Yeah, if
can't.
you want to fight they're called allomancers. The people with metal magic. If you want to fight them, you can't wear any metal. You have to get like clothes and your belt buckle and stuff. No metal anywhere, or they can pull and push it.
So
You
you
get
can have
you
like
get like
kind of.
glass daggers or stone daggers because you can't use metal weapons.
So you can like use like anti-normal people tools or like metal would be really effective. But then if there's like anomancer, you need like specialized kit.
Yeah, there's people who are trained for it who have like wooden staves and wooden shields and glass knives and stuff to try to be able to fight back. And they don't wear metal armor. So another magic system in Stormlight Archive, their money is gems, and the gems hold stormlight, and you can use them as lamps. They glow, and stormlight comes from the storm. There's a storm that the storm sort of crosses the world, and it's kind of a severe storm, but it always comes from the same direction. So they've built up like strong walls on that side because it's predictable. And anyways, when the storm comes, go ahead.
I'm thinking of the storm like a circle, like it goes kind of counterclockwise around a circle, and then you can prepare for it. The circle is the world,
Yeah,
and the
kind
storm
of.
is like around it.
Yeah, so they have like more predictable storms than we do, and they're pretty nasty storms. But they always come from the same direction. And so when the storm comes, it fills up the gems with stormlight, and they get like maximally glowy, and then they fade over time. And people use them as lanterns and as money.
So is there
And
like a
then there are
months-long thing?
people with magic powers who can suck the stormlight out of the money, the gems, into their bodies, and then they use it for magic powers. And each of them gets 2 powers. There's, I think, 10 different powers, and you get 2 of them. There's 10 different types of magic people, and they all have like 1 power and then 1 next to it in sort of a rotation.
Okay, so does the storm like take kind of months for it to go to the same place again?
No, no, it comes a lot more often.
Huh.
There's actually a thing called the weeping when the storm, like, it's like once a year is like the dry season when the storm leaves them alone for like 3 weeks or something, and that's the longest break.
3 weeks longest break.
Yeah. So it's kind of like hurricanes where it's really strong and you have to go take shelter in a building when the storm comes.
Okay,
Anyways, the
that
main point
seems
isn't
like
the storm, it's just that the storm refreshes the stormlight and the gems, and then you suck in the gems and you can use your magic powers. And yeah,
so
there's
you
10
can like
different powers and you get 2 of them, and there's only limited pairings. It can't be any 2. And also, you can use the stormlight to heal your body. So they're really quite powerful because they can just like get stabbed with a sword, and if they have their stormlight, then they're fine.
so like I guess you're more stronger when the stormlight just came because the gems have more power in them. So
Yeah,
then
yeah,
like
the more stormlight available, the more powerful you are magically.
okay,
Yeah,
so
so
these
it's
don't
a
sound
mana
like
system where they can run out of magic during a fight, and it can limit their power, so he keeps some control over how strong they are.
so far this does not seem like a do anything magic for any of the Brandon Sanderson stuff yet.
Yeah, it's not at all. So they have specific powers. I'll give you some examples. One of them is the power to remove friction. So they can slide around like they're on grease and go really fast and slip away from people and stuff. Another power gives some control over gravity, which allows some flying. Another one, I don't know, we don't know fully how all the powers work, but it does let you suck in arrows into a shield. And another one lets you make illusions. And there's a healing one. And there's some sort of destruction one that we don't know much about. And there's a sort of teleportation-y one. And there's a oh, there's one that's related to transforming things into other things.
Transform into other things. Okay.
Like physical materials into other physical materials. I don't want to go into more detail because spoilers and yeah. So another magic system
Okay.
is in Warbreaker, where everyone has one sort of soul thing. You're born with like a soul, but you don't need it. It's sort of like an optional soul, and you can give it away to someone. And if you get more souls, you get magic power. So you can like gather a bunch of people's souls if they give them to you voluntarily, and then you can kind of become a wizard. And
so there's probably not, at least normally, a way to steal someone's soul.
correct, yeah. The normal thing is you can't just steal it. And living without your soul, like, it's hard for people to tell whether it makes your life worse. It's sort of like ambiguous. People aren't totally sure.
So like
if it actually has much
like
effect.
Losing a small part of a kidney, assuming kidneys didn't do much.
Yeah, so people will like literally sell their soul thing for money, because soul's not quite the right word, but it's some sort of like aura.
Any controversy over whether it might have something to do with the dying, and that if you don't have the soul, that might be really bad when you die?
That was not a major plot point, I don't think. I think people are sort of like fine. They're just worried that you have like worse sense of life, and like life is a little less enjoyable and stuff. Anyways, there's a system with the gods who live on the earth, and they actually have to be given souls regularly to stay alive. But I don't want to go into them much. But the other thing is the magic system is, so you get certain powers from having a bunch of souls, including being able to see color perfectly, so you can like distinguish different shades of color, and having perfect pitch for music and some other stuff. And then the magic system has to do with color, where you breathe the souls into an object, and you drain color from stuff, and then you can give commands to the object, a little bit like basic robotic programming. So you can pour the souls into like your cloak, and then you can give it a command to walk around or something. And then you can recover the souls back from the cloak. You can put them in and take them back out. If you put them in an inanimate object, you can just get them back, I think. Or maybe, I forget if only the person who put them in can get them back. There might be that way.
Yeah, if anyone can get them out, then it seems like it could be risky. Like maybe you put a bunch of souls into a sword or whatever, and then like if it gets taken from you in battle, like you lose a bunch of souls.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can lose. The object could be destroyed, so you can lose it anyways, even if people can't steal it out. Yeah, I think you can only recover the ones you put in yourself, if I remember right. And yeah, so they give these commands to different objects, and it's fairly limited what they can do. And there are not many people have magic. It's pretty rare and not well understood.
So is it like pretty much just more souls equals more magic, or is there something else?
Yeah, the more souls you have, there's like a hierarchy of like 10 tiers where you get different powers for having more souls. And then also the more souls you have, the more you have available to put into different objects to do things with.
So presumably, like, even getting into the first tier is like pretty hard, and you'd need like a lot of souls.
Yeah, but like I think some rich people buy their way up a couple levels. I forget if everyone with souls can do magic, or if you actually have to like learn to do the magic separately or something. I think there might be some people who just get the lowest level magic, and then just like keep it. And they don't do spells, they just like have perfect pitch and can see color perfectly and whatever. Oh, and the princesses can change their hair color and regrow their hair. They have magic hair. So that one's Warbreaker. I like that one. And it's only one book, like Elantris, rather than 3 like Mistborn. There's actually more Mistborns, but you only have to read 3. The newer ones are different characters and different time period. It's like a massive time skip.
Okay, so if you like read 3 Mistborns, that's like kind of one story arc. And then there's
Yeah.
like other Mistborns, but those are like different stories.
Yeah. So they have metal magic, and there's a little bit of carryover, but it's pretty much a different series.
Okay, so what makes sci or fantasy good? Like with sci-fi, like one of the things you said was like thinking about like how sciencey stuff can influence things, like what are the
Yeah, yeah. Right.
challenges?
So
Like,
sci-fi has an intellectual aspect. Fantasy has less of that. Fantasy, what makes it good partly, it's just people put work into the genre. Like, someone created a thing and then people have developed it and it's popular for a reason and people have improved it over time and figured out how to do it well. And the same thing applies to other major genres like mystery stories or detective stories, Like people figured out a genre, and then a lot of people have worked on that genre and figured out how to make it better.
hmm,
I think that happened with Westerns temporarily, and then they got unpopular and stopped being developed.
huh?
I know there used to be like a bunch of Western movies, and now there aren't many. Like
Yeah,
Cowboys and Indians type movies.
Clint Eastwood, like himself,
Yeah,
I think did like at least four Western movies.
right. So some stuff is more shorter trends, whereas some stuff like mystery, fantasy, and sci-fi are longer trends. Another common one is horror, which I actually generally dislike.
Okay, sci-fi seems like it might kind of always be relevant because there's always going to be like future technology to speculate
Yeah,
about. So it's probably been like relevant for a very long time because it's just like the guessing of like what technology could be and like the
yeah,
implications.
yeah. So then there's a few other things. So fantasy partly is people trying to think about the unknown. You can think of it in some ways as like primitive sci-fi. They're like the forest is scary, maybe there are monsters in the forest. Let me tell stories about it. And so it's related to fairy tales and Bible stories and mythology. If you read like the Greek myths, they're a little bit like fantasy. If you read Grimm's fairy tales, it's a bit like fantasy today. There's definite connections there. And the stuff with like knights and bows and castles, like that's like it's partly just related to real European life. Like they used to actually have those kind of battles and stuff. And they didn't understand the world that well, and they thought there were witches and spells and curses and things. Some people did, and
Hmm.
so in a sense, you can see magical ideas as a little bit like we don't really know science exists. There seem to be things we don't understand. Let's make up what they might be like, but without really having a scientific mindset. But then there's another way to look at it, which gets into Jungian psychology. And there's this idea of a hero's journey story. And what do we like about stories? And why do we tell stories? And what's the point? And so on. And fantasy is one of the genres that fits this style or purpose really well. Is a hero's journey. You start in the city in the known space in civilization, and you're a young person and you're ambitious or not fully satisfied with your life, and you go off into the unknown in some way, and you deal with some sort of danger or something scary, something outside of your peaceful city life, and you conquer the danger or deal with it or something. And then you come back and you're enriched. You've brought back your experience and your learning and your new magic power or loot or whatever. And then you settle down and live in society, but you've ventured into the chaotic unknown and made a little bit of progress, and then you come back to civilization and reintegrate into society. And so a lot of fantasy stories have elements of that. A lot of them start with like young men who don't have their place in the world. Sometimes women too, but it's young people like teenagers or early 20s, and they don't have their profession figured out yet, and they're usually not high status, and they go off on some sort of adventure, and they make their way in the world, and they become good at something, and they have some success at something, and then they can retire or help their society or something.
Okay, so that's like standard story thing.
Yeah, so it's a little just related to what is life like? What do you do in life? You have childhood where you're sheltered and you learn about the world you live in, and then you have like young adulthood where you go off on some sort of adventure, you take some sort of risk, you do something, you know? You don't just want to go from childhood to working at McDonald's to never really doing anything, you know? Like that's a boring life. So you try out something that's more risky or unknown or less quantified. You know, you don't just follow the beaten path. Or maybe most people follow the beaten path, but some people, the more notable people, don't. You know, a few people at least are willing to try something different and take a risk. And sometimes it doesn't work very well. You know, it's dangerous in the unknown. But sometimes it works out great and you bring back rewards. You discover something important. You become a powerful fighter or whatever, and then you can come back to civilization with some sort of benefit or bonus or something.
Okay.
Yeah, so a lot of fantasy fits that. And a lot
Yeah.
of it fits the
Fantasy.
old mythology with the Greek gods or whatever, and trying to understand the world and like explain things and tell stories about why things are the way they are. Like a lot of there's creation myths are common with religions, and you know, fantasy has some connection to those things.
Okay, fantasy seems easier to kind of have that story in because like there's more directly like spooky forest, we don't know what happens in there. There's probably goblins and treasure. So you can like more easily kind of just like go into the unknown. But like with real life, I think it's like kind of harder. There's not just like a place like, oh yeah, walk over there and then spooky goblins, lots of treasure. It's kind of more like uh, you need to try and like put a lot of effort mentally into it. Like I still think you'd need like mental effort to go into spooky goblin forest, but like you can't just walk into like trying to do something great, I don't think. I'm not sure.
You mean so like in modern life, it's a little less obvious how to have an adventure or what to do that would be adventurous. And it's a little harder to write a story about it.
Yes, that is what I think.
You can write a story about like, and then he didn't go to college and tried to start a business. And you could probably make a decent story. But um when you write in the real world, you have to make it like realistic in a lot of ways. People are going to complain if you're like trying to write a real world story and then the facts don't add up right. And they're like, this doesn't make sense. That's not realistic. You know what I mean? Like, if it seems like mostly a true story about starting a business, people will be like, well, that's a stupid business idea. No one would buy that. Or, you know, how did he get so lucky that his first employees were all so great? And whereas if it's a fantasy story, people like, they change their expectations a bit, and you can focus more on like the narrative instead of making every detail make perfect sense. Like a lot of fantasy stories don't pay much attention to how many farmers are there, how many people are in the cities, are they producing enough food, what happens when the war destroys a bunch of fields, and are there like plagues in the city as refugees huddle together and don't get enough food. You know, there are fantasy stories that deal with that kind of thing, but a lot of them don't bother. And they don't pay much attention to farms. And they just focus on whatever they want to focus on, like the hero fighting the dragon. So setting it outside of the real world gives you some freedom and flexibility to focus on whatever you want to and sort of ignore the rest and not have to make everything perfectly realistic. So you can just focus on the details you want to explain and express and make them fit your moral of the story.
Do people complain about Fountainhead realism?
Oh yeah, but it's not because like the architecture is unrealistic or the business world is unrealistic. Like I haven't seen complaints about that. It's they complain specifically about the characters. They're like, no one would be like Howard Roark. That guy's just a fantasy.
Huh.
It's not just Rourke. Like they complain about the villains. They're like, no one would be like Keating. People are better than that. No one would be like Toohey. No one's evil like that. Dominique makes no sense. Who would act like that? Like they complain about all the main characters having like strong, clear personalities, and instead of just sort of being a muddle of compromises. Which is true that that's not the typical average person. Like it's not a story about average everyday folk. It's not like what are the most common people you'll meet in the world. Let's write a story about them, you know? It's trying to write a story about like rare people who are more consistent and represent certain things better. And it's true that most people are more of a mix. But you know, you can have people that are strongly in one direction. That's not unrealistic that there's a few people in the world who are more purely one thing instead of a mix. And they make a more interesting story, and it's you know, it's called romantic realism sometimes. It's the way Rand writes, like it's supposed to be realistic, but it's trying to have some heroism and some idealism, and like it's trying to take. It's sort of like if you paint someone and you make them look a little bit better, and it's like it's pretty realistic, but you spruce it up a little. Like whether Howard Rourke is like fully realistic or just an ideal to aspire to, like there's something good about making art about like what is the ideal man, what would that be like, which what that was her actual goal is like how does she think people should live, let me write about that. The primary goal was not how realistic is it to live an ideal life, it was what is ideal, let's understand that through art and share the idea. And she wasn't expecting everyone to like perfectly do it, but if a few people are similar to Rourke and a lot of people, you know, learn something from it, then that's a success. And I think
Yeah.
also I think it's really hard to point to any one sentence or paragraph or scene or something and say that is unrealistic, that could never happen.
Let's see. Huh. So it's just like the general feeling of like someone consistently being consistent is like the thing that people might complain about. Like you can't be like, okay, which scene? They would probably be more like, all of them.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get specifics about what's unrealistic. I mean, there's a few things that people would mention, um, like the Cortland case. They might say it was unrealistic that he blew up the building, or even more often, they'd probably say it was unrealistic that he didn't go to jail.
Hmm. Uh, there's like something about him like, or there's even a mention of him like choosing kind of the hardest faced uh jury members instead of like,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and
I
the
remember.
lawyer person like uh it was said by the narrator that like the lawyer person was like, wow, Rourke is like such an amateur, like he would have tried to pick the people with like who are the sophist and would like plead to mercy more or something, but like
Yeah,
Rourke had a much different strategy than that.
yeah.
Okay, Rourke pled to something like kind of, I'm not sure. Okay, what was he talking about? I think the main thing he was talking about was like uh, creators and something else. Maybe the term was parasites.
Yeah, he talks about Prometheus was punished for bringing fire to men. That there have been great men who go before, and then the rest of the men are mean to them.
Yeah, like the first man to make fire was probably burned at the stake, and the first man to make the wheel was like probably executed on a wheel death machine thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Prometheus is the one who brought fire to man in Greek myth, by the way.
Hmm. Something about stealing fire from God and then giving it to man. I don't know what the actual story is.
Yeah, you can once you read more books, you can read a book of Greek myths. And that is a good thing to be familiar with because our culture is like a little bit based on it. It's pretty indirect, but like it's influenced our history and thinking over time. Anyways, yeah, there's Prometheus, there's a bunch of other ones.
I like Howard Roark.
Yep. Well, that's good.
I tried to compare some characters to him. I don't think I've ever made a note of me trying to compare some characters to him. It seems like it might be hard to find someone who is exactly like Howard Roark, because making someone who's exactly
Yeah.
like Howard Roark kind of maybe took an entire book and many years of writing a book. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Like,
but he's my favorite character to be like, what would Roark do? Like to compare, if I have to make a decision, I can think about what Roark would do. I find he works better for that than any of the characters in Atlas Shrugged or Rand's other books.
okay, it said something about Dagny, and I think, okay, I once saw you like talk about Dagny, and I think Dagny might be like good at what she does, but then she tried to like play into uh like the political or union system instead of just like abandoning it and like not trying to begin with.
Yeah, you're getting really close to major spoilers, so let's not talk about that.
Okay. Uh, all right,
Asimov.
Asimov Foundations review. Uh, Parochial. Okay, so kind of like uh not looking too much. It's like kind of focused in a place. Uh, it doesn't like look at many other
Parochial.
things. Okay, adventure story.
Parochial.
I don't really know what an adventure
Parochial.
story is. Also, I don't really know what art is. I don't know. I didn't really know
Parochial.
if Atlas Shrugged or Fountainhead counted as art. I don't know if music counts as
Oh,
art.
do you have the stream muted?
Yes.
I see. Well, put in pronounce parochial and then hit the button a few times. Because you keep
Pronounced
saying it wrong.
parochial.
You can Google it or Bing it or
Parochial?
something.
Parochial. Wait, can I hear me? Where are
Parochial.
me? Oh, I'm behind on the stream. Parochial.
Yeah, that's better.
Parochial. Parochial. Okay, so it has like the paro. If I try to think of it as having like the paro, that might be good. Okay, parochial. So it's like kind of more focused. I don't know if it's focused or just has like less of a scope. Because focus seems like it can be good sometimes. Like, oh, I'm gonna focus on like one specific part, but parochial
Yeah, think
might.
of it like small town stuff instead of big town stuff. Sort of not familiar with the wider world kind of stuff.
No, not familiar. So it's like only like kind of knowledgeable in one thing. It's like, uh, yeah.
Like, suppose that you work at one company and you learn all the policies and procedures and like what reports to file at that company. Then you have parochial knowledge that's only going to work at one company. If you work at
Yeah.
10 companies and you get the general idea of how do I work at any company, because you've seen like the patterns of what's the same across many companies, then you have non-parochial knowledge.
Okay. I feel like Patio 11 is maybe knowledgeable about like a lot of the tech industry. So he has
Yeah,
like
he's good.
not parochial knowledge.
Yeah, I like him. He's my favorite guy to read on Twitter.
Okay. And art. The only thing I can really think of as like being really sure that it's art is like maybe a painting. I don't really know what art means. Have I
Oh,
tried to look at a
yeah,
definition of
the
it?
word art is
Yeah.
a little bit vague, but you can look it up. Anyway, it's not just paintings. There's like novels and music and movies and sculptures and drawings. They're sort of like ways to represent reality or ideas or fantasies that are not words. Usually not words. But also, if you use words like poetically instead of literally, that's also can be artistic. And if you write a fantasy story, that could be art because it's a novel. But if you're just sort of straightforwardly saying things about reality, then it's not art.
Okay, so uh, can I risk maybe spoilers for Atlas Shrugged that I have probably heard before?
I mean, you can talk about it. You won't spoil yourself by saying stuff, so go ahead and we'll see.
Oh, okay. Uh, John Galt's speech, uh, that I think is like more direct and maybe not art. I think he's like kind of
Oh,
more
yeah.
like actually
Right. So
talking
that
about
is closer to like
things.
a lecture in a school class. So it's less art than like the rest of the book.
Same maybe with like uh the speech Rourke gave in like the
Yeah, the
second
courtroom speech at the
one.
end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like the least artistic part of the book because it's more straight, trying to explain some ideas. But it's still like somewhat art. Like it's made to fit into the story in some ways. It's not just disconnected. It's not the same as just an essay on that topic.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, lots of things are seen as art and other ones are not, and it's not super important. You just get a feel for what people call art.
Oh, okay.
Dance is another type of art. And like food can be art, like cooking and plating the food if you try to make it pretty and stuff. Like if you just do it normally so that you can eat it, then it's not art, but if you try to make it look nice, then that would be a type of art. And you can
Okay.
like do gardening can be an art. So you can do gardening like I'm gonna mow the lawn so it's not super tall, and that's not really art. But you can like do landscaping and try to make it pretty and stuff, and then it's art.
Okay. Right now I have an IKEA desk, which is just a white rectangle with 5 poles sticking out the bottom. Uh, so that's not really art, but I guess you can try to like make desks, like kind of like a sculpture, and
Yeah,
have it be art or something.
sure.
One thing I got from Fountainhead, and not sure if I was supposed to get it or not, is like trying to think like what is the purpose of something. That's kind of how I feel like Roark builds. Like,
Yeah, that's good.
where is this building like going to be? Like, what materials do I have? Like, how many people are going to like live in it? Like, what's the purpose? Like, what should it be? Like, what does it deserve to be?
Here's a little quote from Atlas Shrugged.
Okay. What sort of motto do you have on the family crest? Mrs. Target said once. Change it to what for? He asked. Huh. That seems good. It's kind of like, what's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? Like, what do you need to do right now? Like, what's the point of this? Like, what's your goal? Where's your
Yeah.
direction?
Keep reading this far to the end of the highlight.
Uh, uh,
Actually, let's see. This far, actually. Okay.
no, then. Nothing would make him act if he found no valid answer. That seems maybe good. Okay, this seems similar. I'm at no valid answer right now. This seems similar to like uh, Keating was mad at Rourke in one part because uh, Rourke always had to have a reason to do something. He never just like mindlessly went to the bar or something. Like
Yep.
there's like a quote or something where it's like I forget exactly, but it's like Keating asks like, "Why can't you?" do anything without thinking, and I think Roark said something like, how can you do anything without thinking? I'm not exactly sure. It was like a Keating scene, I think, where maybe he was bribing Roark for the Cosmos Lotnik building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then, by the way, notice that in the same book, same character, I think it's a little bit later in the book, but I'm not sure when it is, Red asks him to go out for beers after work, and he's like, sure. And then he does that regularly. He goes out and hangs out with Red, the construction worker guy. Wait, is that... No,
sure.
Red is what he calls Roark, huh? I totally fucked up his name.
I think he's Mike, and then...
Mike, yeah.
Yeah, I
Mike
knew who
who
you're
calls
talking
Roark
about
Red.
because he calls Roark Red. Also, he's
Yeah,
like one
that
of
guy.
the characters that Roark is a friend with.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and then... Okay.
Here's where Keating says, why can't you go out? Yeah, here it is. Why can't you go out for a drink with me? What for? Do you always have to have a purpose? This is a scene.
What for? Oh, and Roark even said what for? And that's in...
Yeah.
this show.
Yeah, it's right after the windowsill part. Can't you ever relax? Roark smiled because he was sitting on the windowsill. Yeah, this is one of my favorite scenes, along with the part where Dominique says, where's your eye? Or where's yours, I think is the line.
That's for purpose.
I do this stuff. It annoys people. People don't like me, and they don't quite say why. But some of it's the same stuff that Keating's complaining to Roark about in this scene.
Okay. He's like complaining about him like not compromising, like not having a goal, never just like turning off his purpose or like his drive to do something, I think.
Yeah. But I was going to say about people find characters unrealistic in Rand. People find me unrealistic. They like won't believe to some extent that I am who I am.
That you don't ever get mad. You like seem
Sure.
to not really be mad. Sometimes people might think you're mad when you're not.
Yeah, no. They don't understand. The reasons they think I'm mad are completely wrong. They don't understand what I think or what I do or whatever. Sometimes they understand me a little bit. It was funny though, because the Shadow Starshine guy, he said this as an insult, but he said something like, you're the kind of person who would think you were right even if a million people disagreed with you.
Huh.
And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, that wasn't a compliment. I'm like, yeah, it was.
Yeah, that seems like a good thing. Like, even if the entire world's against you, if you have like a reason, and the world
Yeah.
hasn't like
If
put
they
up
have
a
an
reason against
argument,
you,
maybe I'll change my
you're
mind.
still
But if
gonna
they
hold
just
on.
disagree, fuck them.
Yeah. That seems like very much a good thing. Like, not just bowing to popular opinion. Like, oh,
Yeah.
everyone else said this, so
People are really bad at that, and they find it like weird and unrealistic because they know they'd never do it.
they know they'd never be able to like stand alone with
Yeah.
like a million people saying you're wrong.
Yeah. Which I just find it weird because I could never give in to that. Like, how could you live with yourself? Like, how could you have any self-respect if you just knew, like, consciously knew that you were giving in? I mean, I think it's not quite what they do, but because they'll rationalize it and they'll pretend, oh no, that argument was pretty good that he gave there. I think I'm convinced now. You know, they'll try to make up excuses and stories, but partly they do know because then they'll complain when I say I disagree with a million people, and they don't say, oh, I would too. So they partly know what they're doing. But yeah, I don't know, it's weird to me that people are, to some extent, they're sort of okay with things that are blatantly irrational.
Yeah, I can't think
Sometimes.
examples of me like that at the moment. Uh, I'm pretty sure I have to be like that at least in some ways. Uh, and that seems bad, and I don't want to be like that. So I can try to make progress towards not being like that, such as being able to read books and then being able to read Rand and understanding it. Okay, can you highlight the? Oh wait, I can read the quote. Okay, I'm reading the quote. Okay, first question. Any activity? Okay, the thing where it says like, uh, he flew through the days of his summer month like a rocket, but if one stopped him mid-flight, he could always name the purpose of his every random moment. That
Yeah,
seems like really good.
yeah.
Moving. Okay, so he was like bleeding from a bandage, but he like doesn't really notice because he's doing something like more important. He has like a drive to do something. That
Yeah.
seems like okay. I don't know where I've heard this, but something like if you have a powerful enough drive, like pain doesn't matter. Oh right, that was Elantris.
Oh. I used to do that stuff in like early childhood, like I'd skin my knee and not people would be like, you should get a bandage or something. I'd be like, whatever, who cares? And keep doing stuff.
Yeah, in Elantris, I think was something where like main character at one point was in like a lot of fucking pain, uh, but he needed to like just keep being motivated to do things, like keep having like a purpose to be able to ignore it and just like keep working.
Yeah, yeah, they assign everyone jobs and stuff and it helps them deal with the pain better. I think that's
Oh
realistic and
right.
makes sense.
All right. They like assigned everyone jobs. I forgot about that part. And it made yeah. Yeah, so that seems good. Like having a drive and like a motive. Yeah. Okay. Okay, adventure story. Emma Asimov Foundations, Parochial, Parochial.
Yeah, parochial.
Hmm. Adventure story. So that's like adventure story is just like, hey, we're going out doing things. Let's have an adventure. We're going a place. Who knows what happens there? Okay, it's not science fiction. Is it supposed to be a science fiction book?
Yes.
Uh, so it's like Star Wars or something. Like the science doesn't
A little
have
bit,
much
yeah.
to do with it.
Yeah.
Or about
I thought the science parts were really dumb, and it was sort of just like magic, not science. It's like, and then the technology did this magic thing that made the plot work. I'm like, okay.
Huh. Yeah. Okay.
There
I
was
saw that.
there was stuff with other planets, but it always had the feel of like they could have just been other cities that were warring in the same country or something. You know?
Yeah. Okay. About a writing's bad in some ways, kind of confusing. Okay. Writing can be confusing. That makes sense. I'm not sure how though. I don't know of how writing can be
Like you
bad
can write
sometimes.
long convoluted sentences, or you can do a bad job of using words that mean what you want it to mean. You can like leave out important details so it's hard to visualize a scene. You can be like, and then he went into a room and dealt with the blue stuff, and you're trying to visualize it, and you're like, what type of blue stuff was it? Like, you haven't given me good info. And then he ate the green thing using one of the utensils, and I'm like, which utensil? Which green thing? You know, that would be hard to read. One way things go wrong.
Okay. The writing's back. Crams a lot of plot into a relatively short book, makes it pretty
Yeah.
exciting, dramatic. So it's like,
Yeah, that's one of the good parts. It was like fast paced and stuff.
so it's like dense, like compact action. It's not like spread out. It's like a lot of stuff in one thing.
Yeah, the book has multiple time skips, and it's not super long.
I guess that makes sense. That famous sci-fi wouldn't be about science, just regular parochial story. If it had ideas, it would be less popular.
Yeah, that's a
That
little harsh.
seems
Heinlein's popular, and I don't think he's bad, but it's not very idea-based either. An example of more idea-based is Greg Egan, who's not as popular as the huge names.
Greg Egan. Can you give a quick example of like Greg Egan being like hard science fiction? Like what?
So he has a story about people who live on, it's like an asteroid in an unstable orbit around a sun, and these like weird little creatures, not human, I forget what they are, live in this little asteroid thing. They don't have like a planet, and the story is about a scientist who figures out that they're on an unstable orbit and they're in danger of colliding with the sun, and they need to do something to make their asteroid not hit the star so that they don't all die. And they learn the physics of their situation, and it's like literally about learning physics and stuff. There's a lot of the story.
Hmm. So it's
And
like
there's a weirder one called Schlid's Ladder. The one I just called, is it like effervescence or something? Gray? That might be totally wrong. Incandescence. I actually got it close enough that the Bing knew what I meant. Effervescence, incandescence, whatever. Yeah, so it's incandescence. This is the one I was talking about. The book is based on the idea that the theory of general relativity could be discovered by a pre-industrial civilization. So like they're not high tech, but they managed to make physics scientific discoveries anyways, and they're like realistic, or they might be like completely real, I'm not sure offhand. But they're in like a weird situation that's different than the Earth, and they figure out what's going on, and it's I don't think most people would like the book. You have to have a bit of a scientific mindset and be okay with a little bit of math, and it'd be easier if you already had some familiarity with the ideas. Like, I don't know that much physics, but I know enough that it helps.
Yeah. I don't really know what general theory of relativity is. I think it's something Einstein did. That's about my extent
Yeah. Yeah, see,
knowledge.
I know quantum physics more than that. This is something different that I'm less familiar with, but I do know some stuff about it.
Okay. The idea that general relativity could be learned by pre-industrial civilization, though, that seems interesting. Like, from what you've said and from that like paragraph, it makes the book seem interesting to me.
It is interesting. So here's another one. This is Schud's Ladder. This is the plot summary. 20,000 years in the future, a physicist goes to a space station near a star to begin a series of experiments to test the extremities, meaning like the special cases, the edge cases, the extreme scenarios, of the fictitious, so this is fake science instead of real science, Serampeyet rules, a set of fundamental equations in quantum graph theory. So it's sort of like similar to real science, but it's made up. And the plot is literally about a physicist going to a space station to do experiments. It holds that physical existence is a manifestation of complex constructions of mathematical graphs. So, yeah. It's pretty abstract and deals with graphs and math and stuff.
Okay, I think that also sounds like an interesting book. I actually think it sounds like an interesting book, and I'm not just trying to say what sounds good. But
The
it seems hard to
experiments
follow
create
for me.
novo vacuum. It's more stable than ordinary vacuum, and it expands outward at half the speed of light. And so they start dealing with like weird physical phenomenon, and yeah, very sciencey.
Okay,
Another
having to do
one,
with weird physical phenomena seems
Quarantine, Greg Egan. This is another one that I remember. This one's about the Copenhagen interpretation, to some extent.
Copenhagen interpretation. What's that?
It's a theory of quantum physics. It's kind of dumb. And Egan himself said he chose it more for entertainment value than likelihood of being correct. He's like, that's not the best interpretation of physics, but I think it would make a good story.
So what's the
Anyway,
thing that I'm curious,
this
like,
book has neural
assembly.
mods where they have these sort of mind control chips in people's brains, something along those lines. And so that stuff is also interesting and sciencey. There's another one, Permutation City. I read these a while ago and I don't remember all of them that clearly. There's other ones too, but I think this one is sciencey. Yeah, this is quantum ontology. I don't know, it sounds related to quantum physics. Artificial life, simulated reality. It's about whether there's a difference between a computer simulation of a person and a real person. So yeah, that's dealing with like a real sort of scientific philosophical issue. So this is what hard sci-fi is like. Like he's seriously trying to be a real intellectual who's actually thinking about things.
Okay, so real intellectual as opposed to like
Like
not
Heinlein
real.
is like, I'm gonna tell some good stories and it's gonna deal with space and I'll think about what space is like a bit, but I'm not a scientist. He's not really trying to be like a real scientist or philosopher. He's just writing some good stories and he uses the setting for real. He's interested in the setting. He's like a hobbyist space person, kind of.
Yeah.
But he's not like doing a bunch of fancy math and sticking it in his book or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Hard
Okay,
sci-fi is not that common. If anyone knows of other hard sci-fi that's not Greg Egan that I could try reading, I will take recommendations.
Okay. Greg Egan seems interesting to me, but it might be too hard for me. I don't
Yeah,
think
I
I'm good at
definitely wouldn't
math.
recommend it right now. You should at least get more used to reading, but first, so that way if you're only dealing with one thing at a time, it's easier. So it's like if you're not good at reading and you're not good at science and math, then it's like really hard. But if you're good at reading and you're only missing the science and math, then you have a better chance. You just have like one thing missing instead of two at once.
Right. Yeah, so that's like related to like breaking things up into like specific things to practice. So like reading an Ayn Rand
Yeah,
book would have like other sub skills like taking notes like understanding what the words meant, like
Uh-huh.
being able to read books normally, or like well,
Yeah, and
so that I
having it as like a habit where you read regularly and like fit it into your schedule. Because that's the thing a lot of people have trouble with.
it's not
It's not
like
like directly a reading skill, but it matters.
just being able to read like automatically. Like if you're not sure what to do right now, it's like, okay, I guess I can do reading. That's a good thing that I always like to do.
Right, and some you learn how to like sit in a chair and read and like do you like fidget or get bored really fast or like distract yourself or make excuses to stop? Or you actually like reading and you can just sit in a chair and read for a while? And can you focus on books well enough that if you're on the bus you could like read a book? Or are you like too distracted and you're not used, the more used to reading you got, the easier it is to fit it into different situations if you actually like it and you get used to it both.
Okay.
So yeah, I think being someone who actually reads stuff regularly and likes reading is a really important skill that's not like an unusual opinion. Like a lot of people say reading's super important and try to encourage kids to read books. But then most people don't end up great at reading. And the people who do read, most of them like don't read nonfiction books or like serious books. Like they just read for fun. Like I'll read some novels and I'll read some Harry Potter and some superhero books or whatever.
If I okay, I think I enjoyed Fountainhead, but it was also like one of the first books I read, so it took me like 6 months or a year to from like start to finish. I think I'm not sure, but I think I
Yeah.
enjoyed it, so that seems good that I
Yeah, so
enjoyed it.
yeah, FYI, let's see. Okay. All right, Fountainhead equals 320,000 words. ET's max words read in one day equals, want to take a guess?
Uh, wait. Okay. It's gonna be above 100,000. It could be up to 1,000,000, I think. Uh, okay. The audio version of Fountainhead is like 50 hours, and that's probably at 300 words per minute, like high estimate. So, if you did like 500, that'd be like maybe 25 hours.
Hold on,
I don't know.
wait. The audiobook at 1x is not 300 words per minute.
I think it would
That's
be
not
lower
even
than that.
close. Yeah,
Uh,
a better guess would be 150.
I was doing like 300 really high, like kind of
I see.
to something. What's the point of
Yeah,
making it high? If it's really low,
it's probably
that
not
means
over
it's
200. We can check though. You said 50 hours?
yeah, I think it's like 48.
Okay, so 320,000 divide by, I'll just split it and call it 49 hours times 60 minutes. Or 320,000, so this is words per minute. That's only 110 words per minute that they're reading. Like, they're so fucking slow.
Uh, huh. Yeah, that became a really small number.
Yeah, so if you read it at 500 words per minute, and then you divide by 60, you got, it would take you like 10 or 11 hours at 500.
Hmm.
So it's definitely possible to read it in one day. Although that
Okay,
would be a
so I
lot.
feel like your record pace would probably be at about like 500 or 400 words per minute reading speed.
I've read
It'd be
faster
like
than
for
that.
or for like the endurance though. Like in one go,
No,
probably high.
nope, nope. My
Uh,
highest day I was reading at It might have been 700. I think I just maxed out Voice Dream Reader.
Huh.
It could have been 720. Voice Dream Reader used to have 720 as the max, and they lowered it to 700. It's possible that I was not at max, but I would have been at least 600 for sure. Part of the trick is you read easier books. Although Fountainhead is easier for me because I've read it before. So books get easier if you've read them multiple times and you already know what happens. But I was reading what's that series called? I was reading a fantasy series that's quite long and it's not great. And so I only found it readable. It's like it was fun to binge read at high speed. Pokemon Roman Legion fantasy series. That should work. Codex Alera, there we go. That should be it.
What?
Jim Butcher. Yeah, so he based this is the series I was reading. Okay, he based it on what if there was a Roman legion in a fantasy world and they were like good at fighting with their legion tactics. And then also, what if there was a magic system that where you had these spirits that were kind of like Pokemon, and you get them and then they can do spells for you. Or something. I didn't really interpret them as Pokemon when I read the book, but then I read that later that people compared it to Pokemon.
Okay, so if it's like an easy book, or if you're treating it like kind of a fun time, don't need to think about like the words it says too much,
Yeah.
then you can like read high words per minute.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going 500,000.
Or 20. Which is, let's see, 420. If we assume I read it 650, then it was 10 or 11 hours at high speed in one day. Yeah, that's a lot. However, yeah, I read like 300,000 the day before, and quite a bit the day before that. It wasn't like a single day trying to max out. So I was already tired.
Yeah, that
But
sounds like a lot of reading.
I believe I read Atlas Shrugged in 2 days once at
How many
700 words per minute RSVP. It's it's something like 545,000. So if you read it at 700 divided by 60.0, then it's 13 hours. So yeah, that's 2 days, 13 hours of reading. You can do that.
Okay. I hear that Atlas Shrugged is supposed to be a really long book, and then I look at Wikipedia, and it's like
Yes.
1,200 pages, and I'm like, I'm not
That's
sure how much
misleading.
that is.
So it has more words per page than most books. So there's 1,200 page books that are significantly shorter than Atlas Shrugged.
So Stormlight, you said that was like a bunch of books, each like 1,000 words, and I was like, whoa! So one of those books could rival Atlas Shrugged.
Yeah, I wonder if they have word counts here. Yeah, here we go. So Way of Kings, the first one, is 1,001 pages, and it's 383,000 words. So it's much closer to Fountainhead length than Atlas Shrugged.
I think the Fountainhead length on Wikipedia was like 300 pages.
I'm pretty sure it's more than that.
Huh. Let's see how. Oh yeah, 750. Bigger number.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But so it's 750 pages. This one is okay, so it's only a little bit more condensed. This one has fewer words per page than Fountainhead, but not by a whole lot, just by a bit. Oh, that was 1,001 hardcover pages. The paperback puts it on 1,258 pages, and it is it's like 20% longer than Fountainhead, but then page-wise, that's like 40% more pages. 1250 instead of 750.
Okay, so like
But
20%.
we can do words per page. If you put Fountainhead on 750 pages, that is 426 words per page. That is high.
120.
As an estimate, I often use 333. I figure 3 pages is 1,000 words. So we'll see how Sanderson does by taking 3,000 divide 1258.0. Oh, I should put in the other zeros. Anyways, you got, right, so this is 304 words per page. That's just like normal. And then this one here. Oh, look at this one though. This one they fit more words in on a page. They didn't want to make it much longer. See, this is like kind of the max number of pages they like to put in a book, is around here. That's why Atlas Shrugged has high words per page, is because she was running up against the largest books that they make.
So like
you can't make a book too thick, or it gets, physically weak or whatever. It might not even fit in their machinery well.
Yeah, so like normally with books you'd think you need to like worry about like how to write properly and stuff, but then like you also get to the limitation of how a book works. Like physically you need to make it. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Rand didn't want to cut stuff though.
I like George Reisman praised his personal computer for helping him write Capitalism. I really like that. It was like praising technology, which doesn't seem very common. People seem to like shun it more.
Yeah. So the books, there's 10 books, but he's dividing them into 2 groups of 5. So the first group of 5 is going to finish at the end of the year 2023. It's going to come out November 2023, very likely. So in a little over 3 years. So by the time that book comes out, you might be ready to read this series. Or you might manage to read the series in time to read number 5 when it comes out. If you read a bunch of other stuff. That would be good timing.
To reading.
What?
I can get used to reading.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're only on audiobooks. Getting used to reading with text is good too. And so there's four types of reading, I guess. Reading types. Audiobook, text to speech, regular reading, and RSVP. I guess I'll just make another one. Text to speech plus. So the combo of listening plus reading could be done with audiobooks, but that's not like a normal thing.
Yeah, they haven't really created those. Although you could like follow along, like actually reading.
They have it for transcription though. Where it's like you take a podcast and then you put it in Otter.ai and it makes a transcript, and then you can play the transcript and it'll, because it created the transcript based on the audio, it knows all the timestamps for all the words it created, so it can highlight whatever word you're on as you go along.
It feels like there should be some way that you could program it to be like, okay, here's the original text, here's the auto translation, here's the actual person talking. Try to merge the auto translation with the actual book.
They ought to be able to do it automatically. Take the actual book, take the audiobook, have the Otter or whatever sync them together somehow. Yeah, they should be able to do that. It would probably have like a few errors, and you just have a human go through and fix the errors, and it'd be like easier than doing it but from scratch. But I think
Yeah.
no one cares or something.
Huh.
Anyway, there's also like skimming and regular speed reading. There's like speed reading that you can do with paper books, but I don't do that stuff. You can
There's
train
like
yourself to like move your eyes faster, or you can take your finger and like slide along the page and follow it with your eyes. Um, but anyways, it's just like RSVP but worse. That's my impression of speed reading without a computer helping. So I'm like, whatever. Anyways, you're working on audiobook. That is a good place to start because people tend to find it more accessible.
Right
And
now,
then,
I'm like currently I do a lot of like YouTube and podcasts. Like that's the most
right,
like
so it's more
I've
similar to
done.
that.
So like audiobook is like more compatible right now to me. And if
Yeah,
I do a lot of audiobook, then I think normal book is more compatible, would be more
yeah.
compatible. I'm fine
I,
with reading things like uh long articles, I think. I can do
mhm.
long articles. And I did
Well,
initially
a
read.
book chapter is a lot like a long article. So read a few more books and then try one with visual reading. I started with visual reading, with paper books, back in my childhood. And I read a bunch of paper books, particularly fantasy.
Oh yeah, Kindles are cool. They don't have like an actual display. They like rearrange like kind of beads or something so
Oh, the
that
e-ink display? It's different than LCD.
yeah, it's cool. Like you I think they like need a light source to point at it or maybe they have backlights. But it's cool. They have like beads and you can like there's like white beads and black beads, I think. So like there's like two layers and then you can like switch it so like the black beads go on top or the white beads go on top. And it's like way more power efficient than like an actual display, so it can like last really long.
Yeah.
That's cool. FA just
Max,
showed.
if Atlas Shrugged reading was 60 hours, that's actually a fast reading because, like, we see the Sanderson book, which is like 100,000 words shorter, being read in 55 hours. But yeah, audio readings vary significantly, page counts vary significantly. If you really want to know how long a book is, word count is a much better metric.
Yeah. Sometimes I try to find word count, but then it's harder. Like, does it show word count on the Wikipedia for Fountainhead?
Word count is a little bit unreliable, by the way, because some words are longer than others. They can have more letters or more syllables. But I think it works fine. I haven't had a problem with word count. Like, I think it's fine.
Mhm.
I've never tried to look at syllables. I have looked at characters. You can see how long is the average word in the book, you know? Like you can look at how many words are in the book and then how many characters are in the book, and you can find out that the average word is around 5 characters or 4 characters.
Mhm.
I think around 4 is pretty normal.
It's pretty normal. I thought the average character word, I think it's supposed to be 5. That's like one thing I read once. Is that it's
That might
supposed to
have
be
been
5?
including spaces. Like if you count the spaces, then you get an extra character per word
Oh,
in the book. Like
it might
if you
have.
take the total number of characters and divide by words, you get around
Oh,
5 because there's around 4 per word plus a space.
all right. There's something in the same thing about like what's it called? Like publisher words and like actual words. So like maybe the publisher words adds a character because it's like an extra space they need to publish on a piece of paper.
Oh, this claims that the average length of words is 4.79 characters. So maybe it's a little higher than I thought. So 63 hours, and it's like 545,000 words, I think it was. So 545,000 divide 60.0 times 60 to get it into minutes. That's 151 words per minute. I think that might be faster than the typical audiobook. I'm not positive though.
Hmm.
Okay, so this guy wanted to check whether the estimates were good. And he
I
pulled
didn't
like
hear you for
computer
the
data.
last 30 seconds.
Oh. This guy pulled computer data to try to check how many characters are in words.
Okay. Computer data. How
This
many
is a
characters in
programmer
words?
guy. I have one of his books.
Okay. This seems
80% of
good.
words are between 2 and 7 letters long, and he got an average of 4.79.
Hmm.
So that's if you count all the words that repeat, like the. If there's 5 thes, then you count the 5 times. However, apparently, if you count words only once, so the short words get repeated a lot, but if you only count the once in the entire book, then he got an average of 7.6. It gets longer. That
So
makes
if you
sense.
take every individual word, if you look at a list of all the words, and then you like add them together, then divide them by the number of words, you get 7.6 something.
Reading speeds. Um. So I used to be, I think, on the slow side, and I frequently read pages in like 2 minutes, like long ago. So if you put like 333 words on a page, then I was only reading like 160 words per minute. But reading speeds vary up from there to reading a page a minute or faster even.
One
Although
of
I think
the
that's not that common.
Once I tried to read faster. Sometimes I try to read faster, and read faster. And the main problem I encounter is having to repeat sentences. So I try to read fast, and then I'd be like, "Oh wait, I missed the last sentence," and then I'd need to reread the last sentence. So that's the main problem I encounter with
Yeah,
speed reading
you
at the
should
moment.
you should read a bunch of books with regular speed reading where you're not trying to go fast, and when you get used to that, then you could try RSVP later or text to speech with Voice Dream Reader. And you can set Voice Dream Reader so it's only showing you one line of text at a time, and then you turn your font speed up to a big size so that it doesn't show very many words at once on one line. And then you get it similar to RSVP.
How many words on some line?
Well, it reads it to you and you get the RSVP at the same time. That's how I read a lot.
Huh.
Because it's I find it easier, like lower fatigue than real RSVP.
Mm. Uh, with the Fountainhead, I think I reread certain sections while reading it, like sections that I really liked sometimes. I kind of stop there and maybe think about it a bit. There's good sections. I liked the Fountainhead.
Yeah, that's good.
Asimov.
Yeah.
Not sure how we got to there from Asimov. A lot of content taken from history. He copied Rome. Okay.
Yeah, understanding what you're reading is important, especially when you're newer to reading. So you like if you've read a lot of books and understand them, then it works better to skim because you know what you're missing more. Like you understand what your options are more. Whereas if you're not really used to books and then you skip parts, you'll just be like a bit lost. And so yeah, you want to get used to like actually understanding what you're reading, and then you can start taking shortcuts later when you know what you're doing more.
Right now, when shortcuts I do take in reading are sometimes you need to like find out information for a problem. So you look up like X problem or whatever, or like how to X on like a computer, and then uh, a lot of the fucking articles start with like 4 paragraphs of not relevant to your problem, and then you need to like scroll down to like the actual solution stuff. So I try to skip
Yeah,
those.
learning how to skim web pages is a good skill to actually find the useful stuff.
Okay. Uh, well, fancy idea, which is very bad and it's unoriginal. Smart people predict future by looking at history, statistics, patterns. Huh. Uh, that seems familiar. I don't think I have thought about that idea before. I don't know how much I agreed with that idea, uh, but you said it's bad, so now it sounds bad to me.
It's so for one thing, it's very similar to old fantasy ideas of prophets and oracles, like asking the gods to tell you about the
Or,
future and looking at the omens and stuff is very
like
old
hand reading
ideas.
and like throwing a bone into the fire and watching it
Yeah,
explode to see what it
right.
means.
And like watching the birds and tarot cards, there have been a lot of them of fortune telling of various types. There's a fortune telling episode in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
So that's old stuff. And the idea of we'll use science and math in order to make the old magic work, you know, you can do that well and make it realistic science and have like actual reasons, or you can just hand wave and be like, and then the experts told us this would happen and that they had studied things scientifically and that's how they knew. And that's not very impressive of a book.
So it's like you can use scientists as kind of magicians. So like
Yes.
scientists then did a thing and created warp drive. Scientists then did a thing and predicted the sun was going to explode. And now we can write a book about that. Scientists did a thing and let's imagine that we all
Yeah.
had to live in Antarctica because the scientists told us to. Let's write a book about that.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of sci-fi books that want to have spaceships go really fast or travel long distances or something so that they can go to different galaxies. And some of the books make up excuses like how they managed to do that. Like in The Expanse, they came up with some sort of engine that could use like very, very low amounts of fuel or something so that they could keep accelerating. And you
Yeah, I
just
didn't
accelerate
really.
for half the time and it speeds things up. And then they did the warp gate things or whatever.
Yeah, I don't understand how that drive works because there's something about like uh energy efficiency and you can't
I
really
don't
get
know.
a lot more. So I was feeling like maybe it was some kind of concentrated fuel that feels like the only way it can really work is like really
I
dense fuel.
I'm not sure exactly what it's supposed to be. The point is that they try to come up with something and they give you some
Yeah.
sort of explanation, and so it's not like hard science, it's not super realistic, but they make some effort and they're not It's not just like, and then magic happens. On the other hand, in Star Wars, there's absolutely zero discussion of spaceship fuel and how to go really fast and stuff in any of the movies I saw. There are a ton of Star Wars books, so maybe someone wrote about that in some of them. I assume that's not standard, because I assume people read the books because they like the movies, so they just want an adventure story.
Okay. Yeah, so like with the Expanse, they even like called it the Epstein Drive, and like there was one
Right,
episode
it
where
was
like
named after
maybe
the scientist, and
yeah, and like in one episode there was like maybe 10 minutes like dedicated to the Epstein guy and like him dying because his engine was too efficient and it
oh
killed
yeah,
him from the sustained G's.
I remember that from the stories. I did not know if you'd seen that already or if it was a spoiler.
Huh. Yeah. So
Yeah,
uh
rip. Right, so that was an attempt to make it sciencey. There was an actual discovery process, and the scientists screwed up, and
mhm.
On the other hand, in Star Trek, they're just like warp drive, and that's like it. Nothing makes any sense. Photon torpedoes, like, okay, so the torpedoes are made out of light. Do you know what photons are?
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. I did notice that it's called photon, and I wasn't quite sure. Maybe if you call it proton, that would be a bit more relevant. Like atoms are made of protons. Maybe it like turns off the protons or something. That'd make more sense, I think. But like photons, like,
And they just have shields. How the fuck do their shields work?
yeah. There's like Star Wars Legends, which is like kind of written by like I'm not sure what Legends is. I think it's like you can kind of be anyone and write stuff in Legends. So that like adds a bunch of like stuff
Oh,
because
so it's just
anyone can kind
fanfics.
of I'm not sure. Maybe it's like slightly more official than fanfics.
Oh, that reminds me. Another thing you could totally read is this one. Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. Actually, you should just read Harry Potter first. After you read Harry Potter, you could read this. Anyway, this is
Where?
by Eliezer Yudkowsky, a philosopher guy, and he tries to teach stuff about rationality in the form of a Harry Potter fanfic. And there are 122 chapters, and it's pretty decent.
Hmm.
So yeah, this would be a good thing to read sometime after reading Harry Potter. It's high readability.
Okay. Why is
It's not
Yudkowsky?
super hard. It is long in
That's
total, but you can just like read it gradually. Like it
okay.
comes in sections. Like you see humanism part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. Like you read those 4 together, and then you can take a break and do something else. And they're not. There's it's sort of like episodes.
Hmm. Yeah, belief in belief. That sounds like something I already have heard about. Like,
Oh shit.
huh?
He did multiple on the Stanford prison
Stanford
experiment.
Prison.
There's 5 parts. Oh, no, this TSPE means Stanford. Okay, so there's 13 parts on the Stanford prison experiment. The reason I
Okay.
said uh-oh is the Stanford prison experiment is fake as fuck. That shit's
Yeah, I
debunked.
remember you like linked a Medium article to it, and I was like, oh, wow, this is actually interesting because I watched like YouTube videos and they talked about it and being like, yeah, it shows that people become authoritarians. But then like the actual like uh okay, one of the guard people, he like was kind of trying to like act more tough than he actually was, and like the sciencey or yeah,
Yeah,
because
there were a
he
lot of
thought it would
problems
like
with
help with
it.
the science people. And then like the science
That's pretty
people like
common actually, that
encouraged him.
people guess what the scientists want and then try to do it. That screws up
Oh.
a lot of science.
And also there was one guy who thought he could just study for like 4 days during the entire experiment. So he was like, okay, cool. I can just be in here for like 4 days, no distractions, I can just study. And then like, oh nope, you can't study, sorry. And it's like, whoa, this is a fucking wasn't what I signed up for, bro.
Yeah. Anyways, a
Yeah,
lot
so
of a lot of psychology research is pretty trash. but some of it is like kind of actually fraudulent instead of just low quality, and I think the Stanford stuff is in that category.
Okay, some fraudulent quality. Huh.
There's a bunch that's
Yeah.
low quality, but some of them they just like lie and fake data and shit, and that's worse.
Oh yeah. Does the I think the guy like never said like, oh yeah, by the way, this was like a totally shit experiment. Like, sorry that I made this. People are taking it out of context way too much. It was like a failed experiment. It didn't actually like do
No, he promoted it as if he'd
anything.
done a great job, is my
Yeah.
understanding.
So that's yeah, I think he did that. So that's like actually fraud. He wasn't like, oh, oops, this was wrong. Everyone's wrong about this. He's like, oh yeah, it's great. It's exactly science, like psychology. Like this explains why there was a prison riot. So yeah, that sounds like fraud and like lying, like making people live their lives according to like faulty like something. Like the science was wrong, like you can very easily tell it's wrong from like an explanation that was given, and then he's like still promoting it as if it's right. One of the recent posts is Eliezer Yudkowsky is a fraud. So I guess like Yudkowsky's kind of maybe bad
Oh,
sometimes,
he's
but
not bad like a scientist who fakes data. It's not that type of fraud. He's bad more like a hypocrite. Like he says that he talks about all this rationality. No, actually, it was pretty bad. I'm just rereading it. It wasn't just hypocrisy. It was much worse. So he wrote some shit about Apple and Steve Jobs, and you would assume if someone writes a paragraph where they're talking about Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, Apple, Bill Gates, vaccine funding, Elon Musk, Tesla, PayPal, that they've read books about these things, or they like know what happened. They know the stories. You know, like he's
yeah.
absolutely communicating these, familiar with the examples he's giving. And the Steve examples, Steve's plural, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, is false for both of them. The example is terrible, and it seems like he's never read one fucking biography. And so I thought that was dishonest that he's talking about them like he's familiar with these people, and he's not. This post might be why I'm banned from Less Wrong, and they didn't admit it, you know? I wrote this post a few days before I got banned. Or like, I wrote this post, yeah. They definitely were looking at my blog and could easily have seen this post while they were deciding whether to ban me.
Yeah. It'd be really nice if there was like people are like, okay, I'm banning you because of this rule. You violated this specific rule. That'd be cool.
Well, that's how they usually do it. The problem was that I didn't violate any rules.
Huh.
So that's awkward. What if you really want to ban someone but they didn't violate any rules?
uh,
That's usually how I get banned.
that seems like something that would be like written about in an Ayn Rand book. I'm not sure. Like, what if you want to ban someone but they haven't broken any rules? That seems like definitely something Ayn Rand talked about. Like something like a similar situation. Like Howard Roark, maybe? I don't know. I don't really see. Okay. Uh, wait. What should I add to this list? Have the Heinleins in like their own thing that I want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I could
References,
tell you other Sandersons, but whatever. I mean, you can always look them up. And
There's like some Feynman books. I think those are supposed
oh
to
yeah,
be
Feynman's good.
easy.
You can read Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman, and What do you care what other people think? Those are like books of stories. He has other stuff that's harder, like his physics lectures are hard. But those ones are no problem. What do you care what people think is a different book than Surely You're Joking? Those are two books.
Yeah, I have commas next to Feynman.
Oh.
Like, Surely You're Joking. And then, like, comma, like it's a list and can be expanded.
Okay.
Okay. Something. I can like go through your like what books to read again and find things in there. Alright. Steve Jobs. Is there? I'm kind of interested in him. Is there a good biography that should be
Oh,
read, and how
yeah.
hard?
That's like medium. Like, it's like reading Mistborn. You know, it's not a beginner book, but it's nothing especially hard.
So stuff like Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead and like Beginning of Infinity, are those like harder books, I think. I think those are harder books.
Yeah.
You need to like
So, like, David's books have a bunch of, like, hard ideas in them. Rand's novels, well, like, Galt's speech is hard. But the Fountainhead is long. It's extra long, so that makes it harder. But it's not, like, super hard. Beginning of Infinity is significantly harder. David writes a bunch of, like, hard to read, understand ideas. Like, all these paragraphs of, like, essays, kind of.
Okay, so Boy has like a lot of ideas in it, which are hard. And then I guess objectivism stuff, related stuff, could be extra hard if you like don't like objectivism. Uh, so Boy is hard
So
with
yeah,
the
there
idea.
there are Steve Jobs biographies. I read a couple. There's the official one by Walter Isaacson named Steve Jobs. It's okay. There's some other one that I thought was better, but I forget the name of it. But if you're actually gonna read them, I could probably find it. Aaron might know as well.
Hmm. Okay.
I looked it up recently. Oh, it's in this fucking post. The one we're
Oh.
looking at right here. Maybe.
Hmm.
Okay, this is the Walter Isaacson one. But I had some other story from some other Steve Jobs book, I think. This is the one about making him cry? What's this one? This is the Ellison quote. Yeah. Okay, so I looked up. Oh, maybe it's not in here. But it was the stuff about the advertising. Did I link it or something? No, I don't know. I'll search my emails. I should be able to find it. Steve Jobs cry. Okay, that's a subject line. Steve Jobs. Oh, no, did that guy just like change the subject line? Oh no, here it is. Okay. Oh yeah, it's in this post. Oh, here we go. Here's the book name. I'll post this in Discord.
Okay.
So, yeah. I think I liked this one more than the other one overall. But I'm not 100% sure. Anyway. Yeah, there's that one, and then there's the one just named Steve Jobs by Walter Isaacson. This one. Steve Jobs, Walter Isaacson. I think I might have read one or two other ones, but I don't know what they were. Anyway, you might want to read this story here.
Okay.
I'll put the link, but finish the Asimov one first.
Asimov. Okay.
You can also read this Steve story here in the Yudkowsky post.
I think I read that one.
You read this one? You don't need more money.
Yeah. You don't need. He like could have made a lot of money if he like did something, but
Yeah.
he didn't. All right. So he wanted to like buy Apple to like put Steve's in to position again, but then like Steve's figured out a way to get control of Apple again without needing to like buy it out or something.
Yeah. And he asked Ellison not to buy a bunch of Apple, and he didn't want to buy a bunch of Apple himself. Then he made Apple super rich and didn't get all the money.
I'm not sure why not put money into Apple and then make them rich. I don't quite understand.
I think Ellison's right. Ellison had a really good argument here. Why should some fund manager at Fidelity get the money? Fidelity is just like a giant bank investment company thing. Anyway, yeah, Asimov.
Okay. It's a fancy idea, unoriginal. Sciencey people can do science things, and then science happens. They can predict the future, because science.
Yeah, and so it's not even the future predictions in this book are like super perfect and accurate. Like
Perfect.
it's basically they just know everything exactly.
So it's like trying to predict the iPhone would exist in like the 50s. That'd be like pretty hard, I think.
The way the book works is they sort of like they open up the magic closet. No, it opens by itself every so often because it knows when important events will happen. And then it tells them, yeah, it's like the door opens and you go in the room and it tells you an important event is now happening, do this. And then they do that and it solves their problem. And then like 50 years later, the door opens again and lets them in the room to tell them to do something else. And then they do that and it works and repeat like 4 times and that's the book.
Right. So is there like an actual wisdom door, or is that like a metaphor for the scientists?
No, they put it in a computer system or whatever. They predict the future and then they write what to do in the computer system and set it up in an automatic fashion to tell people what to do in the future after they forget everything or whatever.
I'm pretty lost, I think, but computer makes the big predictions.
Basically, they just make an oracle and it locks the door or turns itself off or something. And then when an important event happens, it turns on and tells them what to do. They don't even ask it. They're not like, oh shit's going down. What do we do? It literally tells them, now is an important time. Now I need you to do something. So it just tells everyone what to do, and then they do it, and then it works. And then they're like, wow, those scientists were sure smart, it worked. That proves how good their science was.
Okay, this sounds like a plot device which Asimov can activate whenever he wants.
Yes, it's just whenever they have a problem, He's like, I'm going to think of this problem and the solution, and then I'm going to say that the people predicted it in advance, and that shows how smart they were. It's like you just made everything up so it would work. I think there's some like actual extra layers to the plot that he adds later, but I was just like, this is terrible. It was some sort of fake out or something. Like there was actually a secret hidden purpose.
Huh. Okay, something about religious people, blind fools, religion, social control. I don't really understand about religion. I guess people are
Oh.
hostile
So
to
the
it,
book
though,
thinks religious people
because
are
of ghost
blind
stuff.
fools and religion is a tool of social control. That's not a futuristic idea. Like you could put
It
that
seems
in a
like a
fantasy book.
left wing.
Yes,
Seems
it
like
is
it
a
might
left
be
wing.
left wing.
Yes, commonly associated with Marxism is the idea that religion is the opiate of the masses. Do you know what an opiate is?
No, I assume it's like opium, though. Like recreational something? Like,
Yeah,
I
so
don't
there
know.
are a bunch of drugs that are related to opium in some way, such as morphine, which is legal, and um various illegal ones. Maybe cocaine is one of them. List of opiates. Oh, I clicked on some random thing. I'll just use Wikipedia. Oh, actually, Wikipedia is just like, here's a million, and I just wanted, like, and the names of the
Like,
few that people care about.
yeah.
Yeah, morphine, codeine, orpivine, fentanyl. Anyway, it's some of the really strong painkillers that make people feel pleasure, and you can get addicted to them, just like things that are not considered medicine and are considered hard drugs.
Huh. There's something about or a common way I hear morphine explained is that it like doesn't stop the pain, it just like makes you not care about the pain. I also remember reading you talk about like how alcohol doesn't affect like
Oh, it's heroin, not
someone
cocaine.
actually
Heroin's an
feeling.
opiate.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. Something you talked about like chemicals like not actually influencing like people's ideas or feelings, kind of like on some level or something. And I wonder how that works with morphine, because a very common explanation of how morphine works as a painkiller is it like makes you not care about the pain or something. So I'm not sure
Yeah, I
how
don't
that
I don't know
works.
how it works. I haven't
Maybe
looked
if you
into
like
it.
find the actual sciencey explanation, it's not like contradictory or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so yeah. Uh, so it sounds like I'm not sure what Marxism is about. I was gonna say maybe it would be good for Marxists if everyone was on religion, so that assuming it's an opiate, so that they don't think about the Marxism as much. But then that might not be what Marxism thinks.
Oh no.
Maybe.
So an opiate of the masses keeps the masses happy. Opium makes them all
Uh,
happy, right? That's the idea.
uh,
So it keeps
yeah.
them docile and they don't rebel against the system and they just put up with capitalism. So like Christianity helped capitalism by keeping the masses um less angry. So Marxism is like we want to get rid of the religion and then the masses will create the revolution. And then their opiate will be Marxism instead of religion. And that's what their plan is.
Uh, okay. Uh, okay. Futuristic science, divine tools. Lame. Present day morality, but like worse than Trump. I'm trying to figure out what this means by reading the rest of the sentence. whole planet with 40 billion central government administrators ruling the empire thing. That sounds like a bad situation to be in.
Yeah, it wasn't my favorite.
Are the government people portrayed as good?
I don't know, maybe like medium or normal. I forgot. I don't think it was like anti-government though. Whereas like Heinlein had libertarian themes, like self-reliance and individualism and freedom, and
We had
he's
some
kind of into that
quote
stuff.
about like the moon rebelling in one of your things.
Oh yeah, the moon is a harsh mistress is about rebellion on the moon, basically,
Hmm.
against the Earth government.
Okay. And Stranger in a Strange Land. It's like weird, not easy. Don't read it yet. Okay. Moon is a harsh mistress, though I think you recommended. I think you
Yeah,
had
I like
like
that one.
a problem with it that you mentioned, but I forget, and I think it's still recommended. There's also like
It's longer than his intro books. That might be the problem. It's just like regular book length, I think. Okay, keep reading.
government, lifetime affair, war, petty politics, betrayal, etc. Okay, I'm not sure what it has present day morality, but like worse than Trump means. Like morality worse than Trump?
Yeah, like
Uh,
his like, views on morality and government and stuff are worse than Trump's.
huh. Okay. So,
A lot of stuff just treats war as inevitable, and they're like, the aliens come, and then we have a war with them, which I don't agree with.
yeah,
I
it
think
seems
once
like a
people
common.
make all a million progress, then they'll get better at not having wars.
It seems like a common theme in a lot of things where people are like, "Oh, war is like a part of the human condition. It's like
Yeah,
genetic. Like we'll never escape it." Uh, it seems like
yeah,
a common attitude.
yeah. There's some sci-fi that's different, like the Golden Age trilogy. Um, they have one soldier. They got rid of all the rest of their army down to one guy. That's all that's left.
Just one.
Yeah. I mean, he has like very powerful technology, so he's a powerful soldier, but he's the whole army, like the whole police force or whatever. And
Huh.
they disbanded everyone else.
Is the Golden Age like a trilogy in the Heinlein?
No, different
Or
author. It's far future. They have really advanced
uh,
tech.
so he can like control a bunch of spaceships at least?
I don't think it was exactly like that. I think a lot of stuff happened on planet. I don't remember it that well.
Huh.
Anyways, it was pretty decent, like solid sci-fi. Nothing wrong with it. That stood out.
Okay, lots of popular sci-fi is either current stuff slightly fictionalized or historical. Okay, so current stuff slightly fictionalized. So like, what if we had Russia, America, Cold War, but in space with spaceships?
Yeah, some of stuff is just like near future and like doesn't involve space or anything. Like cyberpunk is one of the things. There's dystopian sci-fi. Like have you read Anthem?
Yes.
Right,
As
that's a
like,
dystopian sci-fi. Like a future world on Earth when things went to shit.
so that's sci-fi.
Yeah. I mean,
Huh.
people used to call fantasy and horror types of sci-fi. It's a bit of a like large genre. And then we sort of decided to recognize some things were serve their own genre eventually.
Hmm. I wonder the difficulty of writing a book without uh self pronouns like individuals.
Hmm. Oh
Huh.
no.
It's kind
Well, I
of
mean,
interesting because like
you said self.
okay,
You do you mean like I, or do you also include like he and
yes.
she
I think I include he and she. Uh
and you?
Yeah, I'm not sure if those were in it. I think they were just like called by like a serial number because like you have
Oh.
to have individuals in like some way, and like they kind of couldn't figure out how to like just be pure collectivism. So like, oops, I guess we need some sort of individualism. So they got serial numbers. Okay, historical illusions. I think it's illusions. That word not used to
Illusion. Yeah, this is illusion. Illusion is a different word. It has an I in front, and that's like the magic spells that trick people.
Mhm. Okay, implied or indirect reference. So, like if you have the Rome thing or something. I don't really know much about history. Anyway, I guess people like to compare things to history, and they're historical allusions. Okay, best part of the book, fast pace. Several major events, decades apart, only like
Yeah.
250 pages.
It's easier to copy stuff that happened in history than to make up new plots that deal with the future for real.
Okay, new plots that deal with the future. I'm trying to think about Heinlein, new plots that deal with the future. A nuclear reactor that could destroy the world or a good portion of
Yeah, that's
California.
futury. Like, he's not basing that on what happened with nuclear reactors back in 1700.
Yeah, it was like in the
It's
40s or
not
something.
super futury. It's not like he made that up before nuclear power had been invented. He didn't make up nuclear power itself, but
Yeah,
he's
but,
like, nuclear power is this new thing. We don't really know how it works. I'm going to make up some of the details and see what it could be like.
mhm. Yeah, so that's like dealing with the future. Uh, there was like Moon is a Harsh Mistress. That might kind of still. Uh, I don't think it has historical allusions because I think it probably mentions like the Civil War from like Great or not Civil War, the independence thing with America.
Yeah, I don't
Probably
know if it
mentions that.
directly mentions it or not, but yeah, it's clearly partially based on history that we've had revolutions before where like a colony revolted. But it deals with like actual specifics of the moon and the earth. Like you couldn't just replace the moon colony with a colony on a different island and have the same story. It actually deals with space and moon and stuff a bunch.
Hmm. 40 billion administrators. Dude with grand plan. Okay, intellectual dude, grand plan prophecies is arrogant and condescending and like trying to think about what that means. I think I'm just gonna skip over it for now. Carrying it out over 1,000 years. Being dumb because you can't predict. Okay, so his plan relies on everyone being dumb and not like doing stuff for themselves, so they need to like do the exact same thing for 1,000 years. Are you muted? Are you
No?
dead? Oh,
Yes,
you are dead.
you got it in two.
Okay. He intentionally gives people limited info. Sounds bad. Like, if people are too smart, my plan won't work.
Yeah, so he's so fucking smart, and then he says the Dark Ages are unavoidable. All he can do is reduce it from a 30,000 year Dark Age to a 1,000 year Dark Age. Which I think is fucking ridiculous.
Like, why is it?
Why
Yeah,
does it
like,
have
what
to be a
if.
thousand years?
Yeah, like, that
Like,
seems
it's like no
wrong.
one could
Like,
possibly fix this in 10 generations when there's completely different people alive. The Dark Age will clearly have to last 40 generations. But without me, it would have lasted 100 or 1,200 generations. For some reason.
I know what. Sounds like you should learn about win-win solutions. Okay. Story in space, planets, galaxies, super far future. We forgot what our home solar system is. Declining planets start using oil and coal power because they can't figure out nuclear reactors anymore. Okay, so teaching people how to nuclear reactors seemed like something that super smart science guy could do. Like how to make a
Right.
nuclear reactor as simple as possible so that like
Yes, he could
very
have told
primitive
them a bunch of
people
technologies. He did not. I don't understand.
and like figure out how to make them like simple and like mass produce the information. That's like something in uh okay, what was it? Heinlein, solar panel one. Big business wants to kill him because new technology or whatever, and he's just like, okay, I'm just gonna like make it so everyone knows about this and everyone can like make it, and it's a condition with the newspaper that they have to mention like in full how to like be able to create one yourself, and I'll just like take some royalties. So like just make a bunch of like papers or whatever, like describing how to make nuclear power and then just like drop them on the primitive societies. Like if they can use oil and coal power, they're probably good enough to be able to like use nuclear power with like really good directions.
Yeah. By the way, Firefly is another like fake sci-fi. I don't think it's bad. I just don't think it's very sci-fi. It's like a western more,
It
like
does
cops
seem
and robbers
Western.
and whatever. And then they just threw in psychic powers, which is a sci-fi theme.
Huh.
But it's a little bit of a dumb sci-fi theme, I think. Like psychic powers are such just like magic, not real science.
Okay, it seems weird how you could forget uh which planet you could come from in the digital age. Like once you like with
Oh, well,
maybe
they didn't
tablets or
though.
whatever,
Justin asked.
uh, but they aren't sure if we can do this. Or several others. Okay.
Oh no, they did
Okay.
forget about. They're not. They're like, we might have come from this one, or maybe one of these other ones.
Yeah, but like I feel like someone must have had a copy or like a few copies of Wikipedia, which is only like 13 gigabytes, like maybe a copy of Wikipedia from like 2100 or
I
2000.
agree with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense. On the other hand, like they're fucked up enough that they're going back to oil power. So I mean, we were using oil before we had Wikipedia. So if we're going all the way back to like the start of oil,
Okay, someone weighed argument quality. That seems against yes no philosophy, but I guess everyone approximately ever is also against yes no philosophy, or like not in line with it.
well, it varies. Like you see stuff in Atlas Shrugged that is compatible with yes no philosophy. Sometimes,
Like
like the
what
characters
for?
are like, "Give me an answer, yes or no, bitch."
Yeah, and like what for? And like having like goal-based motive seems like a lot more like I'm either going to do something or not going to do something. Like I'm not just gonna
Yeah,
do
Rand
something on a
likes
whim because I
decisive
feel like
answers
it.
instead of compromises and hedging them.
Hmm. still like a lot of stuff I think is against
Yeah.
Snow, or like not in line with it. So like argument weighing quality doesn't seem notable for like a reason why it's bad compared to like other books.
Yeah.
Like compared to
Oh,
like really, really good books. It could like
off
apply
topic.
off topic.
You turned echo cancellation off, right, when you're having those problems in the past? I don't know if Max knows about this, but you want to turn echo cancellation off. It's meant for people with open mics, like they're not using headphones, and so it can like mute someone while someone's talking so that you don't get echoes.
Video pro.
But anyways, if you're actually using headphones, it's bad and can cause people to cut out.
Okay, right now I think voice processing echo cancellation is on for me right now.
Oh, you should turn echo cancellation off.
Okay, I switched it off. Sense against
What it
specialization.
can do is like mute other people when you talk. That way your own voice doesn't bounce back to you. Or maybe it mutes you while they talk so that their voice doesn't bounce back to them. It's one of those, maybe both.
Yeah, we're having problems, I think, where somehow we
Yeah.
both couldn't
When I
talk at
turned
the
it
same
off, it
time.
got better. But you should
Yeah,
have it off too.
yeah. It was like messing me up because I normally try to talk more, but then I'd get cut out sometimes and I talked less. Like, because I didn't want to get cut out or something, I'm not sure. Or maybe I'd cut you out. I don't know, something audio cutting out, that was very bad.
Yeah. I
Okay.
remembered I saw some article. It was related to Zoom and COVID, where people are saying that they have trouble adjusting to talking online, partly because of the echo cancellation, where they can't actually talk at the same time as each other. So then I just remembered it, and I was like, oh yeah, we turned echo cancellation off. Discord at least lets you turn it off. Some maybe don't. Like I don't remember seeing an option in Zoom, so maybe it's stuck on permanently in Zoom or something stupid.
On permanent Zoom. Huh?
I don't know what Zoom does. I'm pretty sure some things just have it permanently on, like FaceTime.
Okay. Said he's an idiot. It seems good if he's like trying to look at scholarly arguments of like different home systems and then he like thinks about that. That sounds like would be good. Main character thinks he's dumb for not visiting planets and looking for evidence. I don't know about that. You could maybe like just look at everyone else who did it. Like how many people have done it before? Did they like miss something important or did they do everything you think you'd do? People research it sounds better than I would anyway. It still seems like it would be good, like, if you could just teleport there freely and it's just, like, easy, like, do it anyway. Like, maybe you missed something that other people missed. Tell the author thinks the book researcher who won't do archaeology is dumb. Huh. I think the book researcher is okay. Like, the scholarly arguments, home systems, whatever.
I think it's reasonable to do a lot of research based on evidence other people recorded instead of to personally gather all of your own evidence.
Yeah. I think like you could look at it and be like, okay, is there any like major missing things? Like what from this planet could be like a big revelation? Like what could like be a big deal? Like maybe humans like spines are in certain gravities something we evolved for. Like maybe if Earth is like the perfect fit for like spine length or whatever, then that would be like a reason for Earth that like other people miss somehow or something. I don't know. Like the things continuing. Sounds like Digman could help, maybe. It's like people's credulity about second sources. Credulity. Like, kind of not happy, like, not fully in favor. Okay, now let's look at definition. To believe in credulity. Readiness. Okay, so credulity is like being ready, like willing to accept things, even if it's like uncertain or like partial, I think. Okay, I thought it was like the opposite. I thought it was like being reluctant to believe things, I think.
What is? I missed.
Credulity. I thought it was like
Oh,
being reluctant to accept something, but the dictionaries seem to say like being too ready to accept.
yeah, it means gullible.
Hmm.
You apparently had it backwards.
Yes.
I think it's like giving credit to things. Credit. Credulate. It's like credulous. I think you're giving credit where it's not deserved.
Huh.
Although, I could be wrong, because sometimes root words aren't what you expect, but... Oh, it comes from credere, meaning believe. So that might be unrelated to credit.
Hmm.
But yeah, it just means inclined to believe. So you believe stuff easily. And if I look up credit, does it come from credere? It does. It also comes from believe or trust. That's why we extend people credit. We're believing or trusting them when we're like, I believe that you'll pay me back later.
Hmm.
So yeah, they're related. It makes sense.
Okay. Okay, so people believe secondary sources a lot. I don't really know about sources or secondary sources. That sounds like sciencey things uh, that I don't understand.
A primary source is like, I did an experiment and wrote it down. A secondary source is I read someone about their experiment and then I wrote down a summary of it.
Hmm.
You're adding an extra layer.
Hey,
Primary
Wikipedia
sources are
seems
good.
to.
You
I
can,
think
so,
Wikipedia does not want primary sources, like people doing their own research. They want you to like look at what other people already did, I think.
oh, they don't want the person writing the article to do their own research. But you can use primary sources that are in the literature. Like, you can use a source that's from a scientist who did an experiment, and then you can use the primary source, meaning like his original article. You don't have to find like a news article that reports on it, which would be a
Hmm.
secondary source.
Okay, it's like a news article reporting on a science experiment would be like a secondary source.
Yeah, and then if you have a news article reporting on that news article, that would be a level 3 source, tertiary.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess you could maybe. What if a scientist tries to really simplify his own experiment so that more people could understand it? Would that be secondary source still?
Oh, I mean, he's kind of the primary source, but he's leaving out details, so it gets kind of blurry.
Huh.
So, I mean, it's sort of primary, but it's not very good anymore.
Okay.
Anyway, primary sources are generally good because they're written down. So it's like you can look at what is the best evidence that's written down, so I don't have to do the experiment myself. I'm still as close to the experiment as possible. And so that's better than I'm going to read what the newspaper said about it.
Yeah, so if you also could read what a study says about some things, like a study might say like, oh, this source said X, and then you look at the source they're linking to, and it's actually mocking the entire field of psychology when it thought it was being serious or something.
Yeah, sometimes
Do you
secondary
remember?
sources are horribly wrong.
Do you remember the one with like the Jordan Peterson site where it literally like
Oh,
linked to a satire?
yeah, kind of. Yeah. I forgot that was Jordan Peterson related, but I kind of remember that. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
guys
like
making fun of it.
yeah, and then it was used as a source. So I guess like the study was a secondary source. Like it talked about what the source said, but then it was such a terrible secondary source that the primary source said like the opposite.
Yeah, that is unfortunately a thing. People should learn to read better and logic better and stuff. I don't know exactly what happens, but I think sometimes they only read the abstracts of the studies they read, basically the introduction. They read the introduction and then they cite the study. Also, a lot of citing is based on who's friends with who. You try to cite like people whose careers you want to help because the more citations you get, the better.
Wait,
And a
is
lot of
that
sites are filler because you want to be able to be like, look, I'm a scholar. I used like 30 sources. I'm building on prior knowledge. So you just say whatever you want, and then you tack on 30 sites to whatever crap that no one cares about, and then it looks like you did a lot of research.
Yeah, that seems like it also could help with like argument spaghetti thing. That's like the term you use maybe that I'm trying to copy. Where you can be like, oh, if you just get rid of one source, I still have 29 other sources. Haha.
Yeah, if you're going to claim that all of your sources, like, if any one is right, I'm right, then that would be a mess.
Hmm.
Alright, finish up the article.
Okay, curi
Credulity.
interplanetary archaeology, more of an issue. I'm reading Popper for economics. So I'm
Oh, there's
confident
an
Asimov.
extra Justin Malone here. 1952, eh?
Oh boy, are you gonna edit the back end? I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Back end. I don't know what the back end is.
Copy, find. There you go. See, delete this Justin right there. Delete, save, close, refresh.
Oh,
Fixed.
oh my god. I'm not gonna refresh mine. I get to keep the extra Justin Malone. Okay. Confident Asimov has zero clue about economics, hates trade, and sees it like having some benefits, but being an unfortunate thing to put up with temporarily. Like school and thought named after. He writes in this like school of thought named after communists. Like I'm confused by also Wikipedia said he writes in this like school of thought named after a
I think that's an
communist.
empty word, like an kind of. Like, just ignore that one.
Okay.
It's not quite empty. It just means things similar to. So, he writes in something, and the something he writes in is similar to a school of thought named after a communist.
Okay.
Like, it's not an exact explanation of what's happening, but it's close
In
enough.
school of thought. Okay, something he writes school of thought named after communist. So like he writes in a school of thought named after communist, kind of. I think that's what
Um,
it means.
Alright, we could just look it up.
Oh.
Asimov, Wikipedia. Apparently, the Communist Party USA liked him, and the FBI
Huh.
investigated him,
Huh.
but they didn't catch him being a spy. Anyway, so
Okay.
some sort of school of thought.
Okay.
Somewhere around here, maybe. Writing style or views? I don't know. The page might be edited anyways. Oh, so I read the whole book. I forgot if I'd actually bothered to finish it.
Okay, how to find good books. Reviews aren't helpful. Or aren't big help. So they might be a slight help, not big one though.
Yes.
2.5.
Because people will be like, "This is a good book," and then I read it, and I'm like, "Wow, this is terrible." I read books Brandon Sanderson recommended, and some of them were good, and some of them were terrible, and he apparently doesn't know the difference, or just likes to promote like friends and allies or something. Like one of the really bad ones was from like a black woman or something, so maybe some affirmative action there. I don't know if he could have actually read that book and liked it himself, and then also been the good author that he is. Maybe. I'm not saying it's out of the question, but I'm not sure.
Huh. So is it another fantasy book?
Sort of. It only had like a few characters, and the plot was about how the Mary Sue woman character gets to have sex with different dark gods. Something kind of like that.
Huh.
So it didn't really have much to do with fantasy. I'd call it more of a romance book, and that's a euphemism.
Huh.
I mean, I don't think it was that graphic actually, so maybe romance. Yeah. Like it wasn't like a porn book, but it was terrible. Thousand King. Is this the book? I think this is the book.
$400 pages? That might be long. Doesn't sound like would be short if it's 400 pages.
I think this is the book, but I'm not positive. It is written by a black woman, so that matches my memory. And I did type in the name, so yeah, I think it was this one. I can search. I'll just search Thousand Kingdoms in my email and see if anything shows up. Oh, here we go. It's an off-list email, but it's called Book. I'm telling people that The Lies of Locke Lamora is good. I like that series a lot. Before this, I read the 100,000 Kingdoms first book. Not very good. Don't read that one. I'll try lots so you don't have to. ... Yeah, and it was Brandon Sanderson recommendations. But yeah, the 100,000 Kingdoms one was terrible, but then the Scott Lynch ones were great. So, it worked out overall. But it's the same guy is like, this one's good and this one's good. I'm like, one of them is and one isn't. So reviewers are unreliable.
So is this like kind of okay? I remember you saying something with like Jeff Bezos where he recommended a Elijah Goldratt book, but then he like also recommended like a bad book or something. So this is like a sign he
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
really know what he's doing. So is
Wait,
that
to
like
the
similar
Thorn?
with the Brandon Sanderson recommendations?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Wait, did the Thorn of Emberlane come out? No. Currently unavailable. This guy is one of those. Some of the authors just like write a few books and get popular, and then they're like, "Oh my god, I'm stressed," or "Oh my god, now I have money and I'm not desperate," or something, and then they just stop writing books. This guy's like has depression or something. And so he wrote like a few really good books, and then it's been like a bunch of years, and he just doesn't write books anymore, pretty much.
Huh.
Like George Martin was like, oh, I got a TV show now on HBO. I guess I won't write the books anymore, and I'll just let the show pass me and spoil the ending.
So George Martin was the Game of Thrones. Okay, so that seems kind of sad. Like once you get famous, you like, or like once you get famous or like get money, you just like give up. That seems weird.
I don't know. It's not necessarily because they have fame or money. Like it can be other reasons. Like they're like, oh, now I have all these fans and they want things from me, and that's so stressful. There's various things.
Being like.
Okay, so apparently a year ago he finally finished the first draft, or yeah, he finished the first draft of book 4 a year ago, and it's still not out, but it's close. Finishing the first draft is actually like there's still a ton of work left. Brandon Sanderson, by the way, has a really good work ethic, and he's super productive, and he's always writing stuff. He puts progress bars on his website, and yeah, he just comes out with a lot of books. He's super writes a lot, which is great.
I think there's something like with Elantris. I think I looked at the page and it showed like different stages of the book that you could look at. So there's like the very first initial draft and it had like warning tons of typos and like cut content or something. And then he had like
Oh,
progressions.
yeah, he has some like readings of old drafts and stuff, and he's like telling you about how he had it and whatever. It's on his website somewhere. That's probably what you were looking at.
Just nice.
Okay, so apparently in October, if I buy this whole anthology book, then I can read one short story by a guy I like. And also there's this in stacks. What's this? Oh, I can buy this short story for $2. I'll probably do that. Oh, that's another thing you can do if you're looking for books, is they make books where they have one short story each from like 15 authors. So then you just read all of those, and then you're like, which ones did I like? That's a way to find stuff. What I did, I got some of those because Brandon Sanderson put a short story in them, so I'm like, okay, I'll buy this just for the Sanderson story, and then all the rest are a bonus, and I read a few of them. I think I found an author or two that was okay that way. Most of them I thought were pretty bad. That was my general impression.
Okay, I found good books. Who's gonna pick up? 2.5 hours to
When
read the
did
book.
this guy's first book come out? I'm gonna check. The Lies of Locke. Okay, so his first book came out in 2006, and book 4 might come out soon. So he wrote 2, 3, and part of 4 in the last 14 years. And that's it. Meanwhile, during the same time period, Brandon Sanderson wrote like 20 books. You know who else is a slow writer? Or whatever. Stuck or something. David Deutsch. He put out a book in 1997 and then 2011.
I'm pretty sure that's 14 years apart.
Yeah, and then I don't know if he's going to beat 14 years for his third book. Or if it's going to be longer. Allegedly, he's made some progress on a book to do with rationality or irrationality or something. So
have something
maybe
to do
it'll come out prior to 2025. No.
I've heard constructor theory in passing, and I don't know what it is, and I think it's like not
Physics.
important for me right now.
Yes. Not important for you right now. Might be important for physics in future.
Yes.
Does he tweet? I'm wondering why I'm not following him. It's probably because he spam tweets. He doesn't write his book, but he tweets a lot of stuff I don't want to read. Yeah. Right, so his books don't come out, but he uses his Twitter a lot.
I've seen at least 2 Trump things.
Oh, was he pro or anti-Trump? Okay, he's
Trump.
anti-Trump. Got it.
Huh.
Anyway. I'll just sign up for his newsletter, and then I'll find out when his book finally comes out. But no, I just want the free stuff. I assume that when he actually puts a book out, he'll send the newsletter announcing it to the free audience. He publishes audio as well. No thank you. Maybe later. I don't know what he does, but I just want to know when his book actually comes out.
When his book comes out. That makes sense. Wanting to know when it comes out. Okay. Okay, so you think it would have taken a longer time to get an understanding from secondary sources that Asimov was bad than it would have... Than it would have to just straight read the book.
Oh, yeah. Like, I read the book in 2.5 hours. You could easily spend 2.5 hours reading reviews about, is Asimov good, why is Asimov good, blah, blah, blah. And then, like, still not know. Wait. Flux open? Why did Flux give me a message? Why the fuck is Flux open? Oh, start at login is on. I thought I turned that off. Okay, quit Flux.
Okay, plot synopsis can get basic details wrong, like ordering of events. What's the plot synopsis? That's like kind of a summary of the plot, I think, but like,
Yeah.
where does it go wrong? Does like a fan make it wrong, or is it like an official thing which is wrong?
I don't know, that's Justin talking. But they're often from
Huh.
fans, like some website will put up, like, here's what happens in the book. And then you read the book and you're like, nope.
Huh.
Well, that's a good reply.
Yeah, basic ordering of their lives wrong. Huh.
Keep reading.
From earlier today.
Yeah. They get wrong, like, what they did earlier today in what order. Not, like, you know, what they did last year or the year before.
Yeah.
I liked HBO's Rome. I wish they kept making it instead of Game of Thrones. Okay, yeah, so did not like Asimov.
I'm just gonna add HBO's Rome to this. I think
It's 2 seasons.
Should I watch HBO Rome?
Probably.
Okay. Wait, 2 seasons?
Yeah, they made 2
Okay.
seasons.
2 seasons on. Okay.
It ended a while ago, like a bit before Game of Thrones started. Maybe older than that, I'm not sure.
Wait, I added
Anyway.
Arithmetist on the easy section of
Yes,
the reading
correct.
list.
That's a juvenile.
Okay, and it's with the medal?
No,
Oh,
Arithmetist is chalk.
okay. What was medal?
Mistborn.
Okay.
The one with the souls is Warbreaker. And the gems is Stormlight.
Okay, all of them have like their own kind of magic systems, That is cool. And they like designed and actually have like rules instead of just
Yeah.
being like, sure, do this extreme insane thing.
Yeah, he has other ones too. Like he has a superhero trilogy with a superhero magic system. And also, some of his books are on different planets in the same universe, and they're actually somewhat related.
Huh.
So, Mistborn, Elantris, and Stormlight Archive are all from the same universe called the Cosmere. And although they all have different magic systems, there's actually some common elements to their magic systems. There's like a broader principle of how magic works in the Cosmere.
Huh. So it's like scientific laws or whatever. Like
It's
magic-tific laws.
semi-scientific.
Like laws that of how the universe works. Like they don't violate those. They like work everywhere.
Wait, I was just trying to confirm my subscription. And I clicked the button and it's just like, here, sign up and pay money. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's
It says you're
confusing.
almost subscribed. I think I am subscribed. I don't think I need to confirm. Thank you for adding
Yes.
your email to the list for free updates. Free subscribers will receive lots of cool stuff, but if you want news and project updates, pay me money. And then you will get early previews of works in progress. They'll post it on Reddit anyways if there's actual update. Access to essays, reflections, rants, podcasts, including fiction readings, deep dives into drafts back to 1998. Yeah, anyway, I don't care about the author enough to buy his paid whatever thing.
Do you think that you yourself have like a shortage of good media that you would like to like watch and read?
Yes.
Huh. Sounds like a problem.
I've read Elantris like 4 times, by the way.
Huh.
I've read Scott Lynch at least twice. I think I might have read some of them 3 times. Not sure. But definitely at least twice. Anyway, Steve Jobs quote.
Okay. Context
And then
with
we'll stop.
okay. Sava philanthropy.
Or not Steve Jobs quote. Book about Steve Jobs quote. So it's not Steve Jobs talking.
Okay. So the philanthropy is like giving money, like helping people or
Yeah,
something.
like running
Maybe it's
charities.
altruistic. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's meant to be altruistic. That's the normal kind of concept of that.
World better. One of the guys. Sense. I need to look at it on my own thing.
Yeah, link is in Discord.
Oh, it is. Uh,
It's 1726.
1726. I'm at 1726. There you are. So the
Oh, I
philanthropy.
can scooch some stuff over.
Guys. Okay, one of them eradicate the smallpox in India. That sounds good. Okay, it says one of the guys had just been significantly involved, and I think that's a grammatical mistake. Like
Where?
typo.
Being involved?
Had just been significantly involved.
Oh. Oh yeah, the A is a typo. I will delete the A. 1726.
71. Okay, so they decide to start curing blind people in the third world. I don't know if it's actually curing or if it's like making it so people stop being malnourished so they don't go blind or something.
Right. I don't know if it's actual cure or preventing it. Not
Yeah.
sure.
Like there's I don't know. I assume it has something to do with like vitamin deficiency blindness rather than like normal first world like blindness that we think of.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, Steve Jobs was listening to them. Okay, it was decided that the foundation was going to be made. How to tell the world. And how to tell the people who would work for it. Okay, Steve found the ideas embarrassingly naive for how to tell the world that it's going to exist and how like to tell people that they're
Yeah.
gonna make Seva. PTA meeting? I don't know what that is.
Parent Teacher Association. So it's just
Uh,
like people who don't really know how to get anything done. Like you have your local school and then some parents show up and say, you should make the classes better. Then the school teachers are like, I don't know, that sounds hard. Are you sure? Probably not what they actually say.
it seems like it should already be like the school teacher, or like the school's job to like make the classes better rather than having to be told to.
Yeah, no, they're
Uh,
probably more like, we should have 2 bake sales so that we can have 2 awesome events. And then someone else is like, I don't know, I don't think parents want to buy that many baked goodies. We should just stick to 1 bake sale this year like normal. Why do you have to change things? And then they can have a big debate about how often they can get money out of parents with bake sales.
so instead of being like, oh hey, I just read this guy named Goldratt, I think maybe we could try to apply something
No,
to our
definitely
school
not
from it.
that. No, no.
Huh. So no one's like that. Okay, this seemed more appropriate for PTA meeting. One point, everyone but Steve heatedly debated the finer points of a pamphlet they wanted to create. So we haven't like really decided like should we be doing pamphlets yet? We're not like at the point of like, okay, we need to do this pamphlet. Like who's good at pamphlets? You? Okay, figure out how to make a pamphlet. We're at the point of like not knowing whether a pamphlet should be made or not yet, but we're gonna debate it anyway. Okay, so having a grand big goal useless if you can't like say how you're going to get there.
Yeah, you need a plan.
And they're like arguing over like presumably like what to write on a pamphlet rather than like where's our manuscript.
Yeah, pamphlets not good enough. People don't read fucking pamphlets very much. They need like an ad campaign and a movie and I don't know.
Okay,
Something
special.
better.
It's unessential and he had walked into that. Okay. Meandered.
Apple doesn't hand out pamphlets. They're not like, hey guys, have you heard of the iPhone? Here's a pamphlet. Take it with you, read about it, maybe buy one later.
Uh yeah. They make cool videos showing like fire and ice like melting and shit
Yeah,
from
they do that.
the pictures of like an iPhone. They like make kind of mini film like art projects with an iPhone.
Yeah, and then people like those more than pamphlets.
They like show how the features on an iPhone that can like take photos in like scenarios where you could imagine yourself being like, oh my god, I'd take a photo under a bridge, and this is showing someone taking a photo under a bridge. Yeah. Cade walked into that room with his persona from Apple board meeting. We're trying to figure out this, so reading further.
In an Apple board meeting, he's in charge.
Okay, so now he's gonna act like he's in charge?
Little bit.
Okay, Brilliant remembers. I'm confused that Brilliant remembers.
Oh, Brilliant is the name of a person.
Okay.
That's why it's a capital B.
Okay. Alright, and this is like talking in Heinz? Or like in past tense? Like,
yeah, this is an old story.
Okay. The rules for doing things like conquering blindness are quite different. Let's see, to interject, Snyder could never fly. He's becoming a nuisance. Taking a listen. Okay, so now he's being like more authoritative because people were like pushing him off, and he's like, I've sold 100,000 like computer stuffs, like machines, and we started from nothing, and you're Siva, and you're starting from nothing. Not just Federal, like every other nonprofit that people have never heard of. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Steve Jobs was like kind of giving his expert knowledge and like expert advice, like 200,000 machines to them for free, and they kicked him out. Huh.
Yes.
Okay, something about him crying that doesn't seem explained.
Oh, I didn't quote the rest, but he cried literally for that.
Okay.
So people don't want to listen, and it's lame. And you know what else is trying to save the world with bad marketing?
I just read the second paragraph, so SENS.
It is SENS. They have other things too. It's not just bad marketing. They have bad, like, a variety of things. But they definitely have bad marketing.
So they like somehow are managing to get like 4 million a year or something?
Yeah, well, Aubrey de Grey donated like 10 million himself or something to get it started and help build up some reputation. And yeah, despite their bad marketing, they're getting some money, but not nearly enough because they want like 100 million a year or something.
I think it was.
They want $1 billion.
Like, I thought it was like 10 billion overall.
Maybe they changed it. They might have raised it at some point. But I think they wanted 100 million a year for 10 years. So that's $1 billion. And it says 100 million in this post.
Okay, then maybe it's 100. That would make sense. Oh, they don't have a good website?
Yeah, no, their website's shitty, their newsletter's kind of shitty. They send out their newsletter irregularly. I tried to tell them that they're sending their newsletter too infrequently. And they're like, oh, we don't want to annoy people. And they don't know basic shit about web marketing. Like,
Okay.
literally the standard advice with an email newsletter is you don't want to send it too rarely or people will forget who you are and forget that they signed up. And they'll think it's spam or whatever. So like around once a month is a standard minimum for their type of newsletter. They shouldn't really be sending it less than that. Or they'll actually just make things worse. Like, why did you disappear for so long? I forget about you. What the fuck is this?
It sounds like with $4 million, you could spend like 100,000 to like hire someone to like make articles that are like worthy of a newsletter every month. Like you could do something like you do, where it's like, oh hey, here's like a bunch of articles that have been made recently, like relevant stuff you could read about. Like, why are they trying to be modest when it's like literally trying to save tens of billions
I
of
don't think they're
people?
trying to be modest. I think they're bad at running a company and don't know what they're doing. I think they don't know Goldratt and they don't know economics and they don't know marketing and they don't know the general concept that they don't know what the fuck they're doing about most things and they should get experts. And the thing is, when you have no idea what you're doing, it's hard to know which experts are any good. Because there's a bunch of people who'll be like, I'm a marketing expert, hire me. And then, like, the majority of them are probably not very good.
Yeah. Huh.
So that's hard. People have that problem a lot. Like non-programmers are like, I have a bunch of money and I want an app. How do I find a good programmer? They don't know how to interview programmers and find out who's actually good at programming. You can hire a programmer to interview other programmers, but how do you know which one's any good? So it's hard.
Okay, it sounds like you kind of have to make a decision, like try to look at some websites and be like, I like this website. Who made this website? I want to try to get that person.
Yeah, that's one of the things you can do. There's various things. You can like know about something and you could like find someone who has some overlap with you. Like maybe find someone who's good at programming and also can talk about cryonics with you. And then you're like, well, everything you're saying about cryonics sounds right. So you probably have good judgment about programming too.
Hmm.
Although cryonics happens to be one of the things Aubrey de Grey is bad at, and he doesn't know that, so that's a problem.
Hmm.
So yeah, so this article might explain why you will die.
Hmm.
Because if they were good at marketing, maybe you wouldn't die. And maybe because they're bad at marketing and won't fucking listen, you will die. FYI.
Oh, that sounds sad and uh, not scary, but sad. Yeah.
Yeah. Also applies to me, and I don't really want to die, so still a little annoyed about this one. Like, I don't know, I wrote this in 2015, and, with the whole not dying thing, you think I'd be, like, really motivated to keep trying. They still managed to convince me to just, like, give up and forget about them, pretty much. So,
Uh,
yeah, rip.
yeah. I'm bad at dealing with death, I think, but that's still like at least a few tens of years away from old age dying, so uh, probably don't have to worry about it too much at the moment and can figure out how to deal with like worrying about it later. Like no rush, no like, oh my god, I'm gonna die
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
in
You
like
don't
a
need to worry
year.
about it now. But, you can consider anti-aging as a potential career area to look at.
Hmm.
That you'd be able to try to contribute to not dying.
Yeah. If you look at the career of anti-aging and you manage to succeed, then instead of just doing one career, you can do like 10 careers.
Yeah, there's also like medium outcomes where like maybe you extend your life 50 years and then die. You get like, I don't know, one bonus career, which is still pretty good.
Yeah. Anti-aging sounds like kind of one of the OP ones, like maybe it's compound interest or something. I remember you talking about that with like learning. Like
Oh,
you learn a bit
yeah.
and then you learn even faster, and then you learn even faster and faster. So like if you do anti-aging, then you can work on more careers, and then you can like work on all the careers if you get anti-aging, right?
Yeah. Although if you can extend your life 50 years with anti-aging, then you can use those 50 years to work on more anti-aging. And that is Aubrey's idea of longevity escape velocity, where you start extending your life faster, more than 1 year per year.
That
Like, you keep
makes
getting better at it until you're actually gaining time instead of losing time.
that makes sense. That sounds like an idea that works.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's not that easy because you can't just make progress at a steady rate. It's more like there's
Yeah,
breakthroughs now and then. Um, but you know, you
yeah.
can get something in that ballpark where it's like at some point we make a breakthrough and now the average lifespan is 250 years, and that gives us quite a while to solve the next problem. So you can keep things moving along nicely. Anyways, I'm gonna go now.
Okay. Dying seems like it sucks.
Yep, kind of sucks.
Uh, Ayn Rand seemed like she was good about like personal self-dying or something. She said something like uh, not worrying about herself dying because she'd be kind of too dead to care.
Oh, yeah, helps some. All right, later.
But